we are inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct this examination and report to the Council in due course. Can everybody hear me? That's a good start. Okay, so please make sure that your mobile phones are turned off or to silent, so we avoid distractions. That includes me. I did have an examination once where I turned my phone off, but my watch then went off during the examination, and people didn't let me forget that. The microphones before the participants are not for amplification, they are for the recording, so well, use them, please switch them on, but they will not hear, they're not here for amplification. So please speak up, and if members of the public or indeed anybody around the table cannot hear anybody, please say so, and we'll just have to either have to come closer or talk more loudly. Thank you. Just before we start, there's some housekeeping rules that I'd just like to turn to the Council, and I don't know who's going to make those housekeeping announcements, please, but if you could just outline the evacuation procedures and any other housekeeping arrangements that we need to know about. Thank you.
No problem. So in terms of fire drills, they don't expect there's no expectation for a fire drill at all. So if there is a fire alarm, it's the real thing. So there's an evacuation point there, but also an evacuation point round to the right where the stairs are to go out through the main entrance. In terms of toilets, there's the ladies' toilets just outside the room there, and the gents are around to the far right, past the entrance staircase. You'll find them there. And then I think just in terms of the mics, just as Inspector Worthing said, if you press your button, if you're speaking, press your button to speak, it's recorded, and press your button to finish speaking.
Thank you very much. So I can see that there are members of the press here. Okay, have you got everything that you need?
I have, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anybody, apart from the Council, does anybody intend to film or record any of the sessions themselves? Okay. So the recording that the Council is undertaking here is not live streamed, but it is, I understand the intention is to upload it to the Council's website for a record of the sessions. So just be aware when you're speaking that you are being recorded. So this is week one of 3 weeks of hearing sessions that we have programmed. We're sitting this week, next week, and then we have a week's break, and then we return for what we expect to be a final week. At this stage, we do not anticipate requiring the week after, which we've kept as a reserve week. Whilst we're keeping it free still, with your help, I'm sure that we can keep to programme. If we do need to return for any additional sessions at any point beyond the programmed weeks, we will announce that in due course. We will take breaks, one in mid-morning, then a lunch break, and then a break in mid-afternoon. But please tell us if you need a break at any other time. We're fairly flexible on being able to accommodate your needs, and particularly that's the case for the Council because you're here every session. So although we're starting at 10 o'clock today, all subsequent sessions will be 9:30 starts, and we aim to finish by 5 p.m. every day. So we need your help as participants to help us keep to time on the programme. The programme may change as we progress, but if so, the programme officer will be in touch with participants, and the programme will be updated on the website. So just a few points about the examination and our role as inspectors in the examination. Our task is to consider the soundness of the plan in accordance with the criteria in the National Planning Policy Framework, and also whether it is legally compliant. So the hearings are intended to assist us in that regard. In submitting the plan, the Council considered that it was sound, and this was the starting point for the examination. So if you are challenging the soundness of the plan, then you have to explain to us why you consider it to be unsound and what changes you wish to make it sound. Our task is not to make improvements to the plan, but solely to assess its soundness and legal compliance. If we recommend modifications, they will be solely based on grounds of soundness. The tests are set out in national policy, but for a reminder, they are that the plan is positively prepared, it's justified, it is effective and consistent with national policy. As set out in our guidance note, there are only 3 possible outcomes to the examination. 1, the plan is sound without any modification. 2, the plan is not sound but can be made sound with modifications. And 3, the plan is not sound and cannot be made sound. Ms Carpenter and I are examining the plan jointly. Both of us will be active in most sessions, but one of us will lead off on each question. But questions may come from either of us. The sessions, if you're not familiar with hearing sessions, the sessions will be a roundtable format with a discussion led by us based on our matters, issues and questions. We may issue agendas, we will issue agendas for some sessions, but for where we feel it would be helpful as a structure for the discussion, to aid the discussion. But if not, the structure will simply follow our already set out questions. We have read and will take into account all the hearing statements that have been prepared and also the original representations that were made. So there's no need for you to repeat these. Written submissions have the same weight as verbal submissions. I just want to make a reference to the issue of emission sites. So emission sites, if you're not sure what these are sites which may have been put forward, or the council may have considered them for allocations during the preparation of the plan, but they've not been included in the plan itself, the one that's before us now, submitted version. This is important because a number of representations to this plan relate to such sites. We're examining the soundness of the submitted plan, and the emission sites are not part of the submitted plan, and it's not our role to assess the soundness of emission sites. But subject to the legal right to be heard, such sites we don't expect to be discussed here at the hearing sessions. It is open to the council to propose further changes to the plan at any stage, and we would ask that they keep a record of possible changes that arise during the hearings. Any main modifications will be the subject of future consultation. The council has already suggested some modifications, and we will consider these as we move along. I think just a reference to the council, as we do go through the sessions, it's helpful to remind us of the modifications that you have suggested or are suggesting, just so that we pick them up as we go through each session. Those suggestions are just that. They don't have any status other than being suggestions which are before us for our consideration. The council has incorporated some of them into its submission version of the plan, but they are still suggestions. As we go through the hearing sessions, it will, as the council raise any suggested modifications, then we are happy to hear from participants on those if they have a representation that relates to that particular matter. If we need to talk directly to the council about progress on work which you've asked for, we'll make reference to that before the hearing sessions close. And we would normally expect to have some what we call admin sessions with the council at the end of some sessions, such that we can agree action plans, action points that will have been discussed during the day, so we can ensure that the programme officer's action list, our action list and the council's action list are aligned. Those sessions are not for participants to take part in, but they will be held here, and people are welcome to stay and observe those sessions. So in our previous experience shows that those admin catch-up sessions are very helpful to actually ensure that the action lists that will be agreed are aligned and action is taking place on the things that we expect to be happening during the course of the examination. So the examination remains open till our report is submitted to the Council, and at the end of the last hearing session we will outline what the next steps of the examination will be. Just want to talk about procedure. So each session normally will start with asking the Council to introduce their position, but we sometimes might go straight into a question to either the Council or to a participant if we feel that would work better. We'll always invite the Council to have the last word on the discussion as it's their plan. If any participant wishes to speak, then please turn your nameplate on its end so that we can clearly see it, and once you've spoken, please put it down. Please be concise and focused in your contributions, and remember my point about sticking to matters of soundness. This is not an opportunity to repeat your case in your statement. We have specific questions that we wish to probe, and we need your help on answering those questions. And we also don't really want to hear repetition. For any members of the public who are speaking, then please don't feel daunted. We want to hear what you have to say, but please be clear about how you want the plan changed on soundness grounds and why. Just a point of clarification on the version of the plan. The Council has produced two versions of the plan. There's a publication version and then there's a submission version. The submission version has some suggested changes, some suggested modifications in it. We are examining the publication version, but we're going to have regard to the changes that you are suggesting to us, some of which are in the submission version, some of which have, I think, have arisen since. But the basis of the examination is the publication version, together with all the representations that have been made. Most of you will have had contact with the Programme Officer, Kerry Truman, and her assistant, Ian. Kerry and Ian are the link between the Council and the participants. So please speak to Kerry or Ian about any programming matters, or if you can't find what you need, they will help you find it. Kerry is not here this morning, but she's here this afternoon, but Ian is here all day. So please, if you need anything this morning, please speak to Ian. And they will be in this building on every day that we are sitting. There is Wi-Fi for the room, and I hope you've all found that. So thanks to the Council for enabling that. If you can't get onto the Wi-Fi, then please speak to Kerry or Ian. I'm going to turn to the Council and ask them to just introduce their team, and then I want to turn to the Council and invite them to make an opening statement. But before I do that, are there any questions on any matters relating to the opening before I do that?
Not from ourselves, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, if we can then, if Mr. Humphries, if you could just introduce your team and what their role is in the examination, and then invite, I think it's Councillor Healy who will be making a statement.
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, my name is Freddie Humphries. Good reminder, thank you. I'll start that again. Good morning. My name is Freddie Humphries, and I'm a barrister instructed to attend and represent the Council at this examination in public. So we have obviously quite a long list of attendees on behalf of the Council. So perhaps what I'll do for today is ask, in essence, the frontline team to introduce themselves, and as and when we go through the examination and new people join us, I'll ask them to introduce themselves at that point. So I'll ask Mr. Ashford, who sits to my right, to introduce himself.
Yeah, Gavin Ashford. I'm the Strategic Planning Inward Investment and Business Support Group Manager. So my role is to bring forward the local development plan and oversee all the kind of process that we've been undertaking over the last few years.
So I'm Councillor Carolyn Healy. I'm Cabinet Member for Neighbourhoods, Planning and Sustainability.
I'm Harriet Broster, Senior Planning Policy Officer.
I'm William Bishop. I'm a Planning Policy Officer.
I'm Michelle Ross. I work at Wolverhampton Council as a Planning Policy Manager.
Hi, I'm Nathan Tong from Gladman Developments. We're one of a number of developers and landowners with interests associated with Sustainable Community 2, so that's land north east of Muxton. So I'm here to represent those developers and landowners today.
So I'll ask Patrick, who sits here, to introduce himself as he'll be speaking today as well.
Yep, so my name is Patrick.
He has also been naughty as well, though.
Sorry, we'll get used to this by week 3, I think. Thank you, Mr. Humphreys. Councillor Healy.
Good morning. I'd like to thank Inspectors Warden and Carpenter for inviting the Council to make an opening statement to the hearings of the Telford and Wrekin local plan. The Council's vision for Telford and Wrekin is to maintain its position as one of the most green and natural boroughs in the country. Telford and Wrekin has 20 local nature reserves, with a further 7 proposed, over 2,500 hectares of green network, and almost 90% of our households are within a 5-minute walk of accessible green space. We also recognise that maintaining the greenness of our borough does not mean that we cannot meet our housing and employment needs. This plan sets out how we'll deliver the housing we need, create employment opportunities whilst preserving the natural environment. The new Telford and Wrekin local plan will provide a strengthened policy framework to help protect and enhance the existing extensive green spaces that our residents enjoy on their doorstep. The growth of Telford will create new areas of publicly accessible open space, creating new areas of ecological biodiversity for all residents to enjoy. And this will continue the legacy established by Telford Development Corporation of a forest community set into the landscape. The plan will also help reinforce the Council's aspirations for a climate-neutral borough, creating buildings that are energy efficient and increasingly powered by renewable energy. As part of the Council's wider vision for housing in the borough, climate-ready homes will lower utility bills, something that will help our residents. Continually improving the quality and affordability of new homes for our residents is a key ambition of the Council. The level of ambition is evidenced in the establishment of New Place and Telford and Wrekin homes that has seen the completion of a portfolio of 673 homes to date. This has seen the transformation of the rental sector in the borough and increasingly delivery of homes to meet a range of needs for more vulnerable residents. A prime example of this vision in its totality is the development of a genuinely mixed community at Donington Wood Way, with a total of 186 affordable homes composed of 20 retirement apartments, 76 apartment extra care scheme and 90 affordable houses, as well as 143 open market homes. This clearly demonstrates that affordable, multi-tenure, multi-generational developments can be delivered in our borough. As a new town, Telford has several large former new town estates. These are areas that need regeneration and revitalisation. The plan recognises the need for a positive policy framework that will help support estate renewal. This will be vital in supporting schemes such as the recently announced Pride in Place funding which will see £30 million invested in Woodside, Brookside and Sutton Hill. Through the local plan, the Council intends to address development sites that have either stalled or lain undeveloped with no clear proposal for bringing them back into productive use. Many of these sites blight our communities, especially in town and district centres, and can devalue investment and regeneration efforts if they are not tackled. The plan contains policy that will allow the Council to take positive action with these site owners. Supporting local businesses and securing inward investment delivers job opportunities for our residents and strengthens the economy of the borough. The Council has a strong track record of supporting new employment development through innovative and groundbreaking, the innovative and groundbreaking Telford land deal, a partnership with Homes England that has seen 209,000 square metres of new employment floor space established, over 50 hectares of brownfield land put back into productive use, and over 2,400 jobs created. The Council's Invest Telford team stands ready to promote new employment land development opportunities in Telford and Newport. The benefit of the plan-making system is the ability to secure new strategic infrastructure in a timely manner and deliver housing and employment development through a coordinated approach. In the absence of a plan being in place, the borough would be at risk of speculative development, which in turn would make the delivery of infrastructure, such as new schools, improved transport systems and parks and open spaces, harder for the Council to deliver. The Council, through the previous local plan, has an excellent track record of securing infrastructure, which has seen the redevelopment of local secondary and primary schools, the building of new primary schools and expansion of existing secondaries, and new improved highway infrastructure and the building of medical facilities. The growth of Telford, through the new sustainable community sites, will see the delivery of 5 new primary schools and a new secondary school, capacity which would be much harder to secure through piecemeal development. As well as schools, these sites will deliver a range of on-site infrastructure, including sports and recreational facilities, local centres and open spaces for all residents to enjoy. The sustainable community sites will also help support improvements to the highway network. The Council has already committed to delivering £12 million worth of network improvements in North Telford, which will have the added benefit of supporting our existing communities as well as new ones. The Council has positively engaged with neighbouring local authorities, statutory bodies and a range of infrastructure providers, including the National Health Service, utilities and other public services, to seek their input into the plan and provide them with a clear vision for growth over the next 15 years. This time horizon provides these partners with an extended period for the development of new infrastructure in support of the plan. The borough's town and district centres are the beating hearts of our communities. Over recent years, all centres have faced significant challenges in responding to changing retail and working patterns. The Council has been at the forefront of meeting these challenges through initiatives such as the Pride in Our High Streets that has seen support for business start-ups and the growth of independent retail in our centres, through to significant investments in key borough towns of Wellington and Oakengates. Telford Town Centre has not been immune to these changing patterns, and as such its role is being reshaped through the Station Quarter development. This will see living, working and learning in the town centre for the first time, bringing a diversity of uses that will support retail and leisure provision within the core of the centre. On completion and occupation, it will help set the pattern for future potential growth in the centre and help revitalise an area that is now over 50 years old. Finally, the Council and its partners have a strong track record of bringing forward significant developments at Lawley, Lightmoor, Ketley and Priors-Lee, supporting their delivery through planning, infrastructure delivery, as well as, in the case of the Telford land deal, de-risking complex development sites. This experience and the retention of many in-house services to support development means the Council is in the best possible position to deliver new homes and employment opportunities for our residents, businesses and visitors. The Council welcomes the positive and constructive feedback we've received from the public, stakeholders and developers. The Council understands that having a plan in place is the best way to set a strategy for the future of our borough, whilst protecting it against unwanted, speculative development that does not always serve the best interests of our residents, our businesses and our environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Healy. So a copy of that statement, if you could get it to the Home Office, I think you may have already done that. That will go on the examination website. Thank you very much. Mr Humphries, are there any other points that you'd like to make while we're dealing with openings?
No, sir. There's potentially just one point of admin which I think has already been brought to your attention, but on the examination website, the statement of common ground with the relevant neighbouring authorities has now got signatures on it, whereas previously it's exactly the same document, but it's now got a full set of signatures on it, and that's been added to the examination library.
Okay, I understand that the Black Country signatures are there, but not some of the wider authorities. Is the intention to have those sign it as well, and to be updated further, or to remain as it is?
On the version you've got, sir, on the version that's now on the website, it's the Black Country authorities and Birmingham. Whether or not there'll be further signatures, that document isn't produced solely for the purposes of this examination. It's a wider document which serves a wider purpose, so there's other issues at play as to whether or not other additional signatures will be added to that.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, well that concludes the opening session. What we'd like to do is to move into matter one, but we'd like to just move the issues around if that's possible. Just like to explore that, because we'll take a break before we go into it. But I'd just like to understand whether we could. Sorry, our preference would be to deal with issue 1 first, as we were planning to do, which is about duty to cooperate, and then we would like to move to issue 4, which I think is programmed actually for this afternoon, but I think it's the same participants, which is about the preparation of a plan in accordance with legal and other procedural requirements, because we think we've got some particular questions on that which might be helpful to get those out earlier on. So the microphone doesn't. The microphone is not for amplification. But if I'm turning to the council, I'll try to speak back to you. Okay. Thank you for telling me. So what we'd like then to do, we're to do it in order of matter 1. Matter 1, issue 1, then issue 4, then issues 2 and 3.
So we don't have any particular problem with that. There's one individual who currently isn't in the room who would feature for issue 4, so we'll just endeavour to contact him now to see if he can come a bit earlier, but otherwise that's fine. So I think we're content that we can continue on the basis that you've suggested.
When we get into it, you'll probably understand why we're asking if we could do it in that order. For other participants in matter 1, is that okay with you? Okay. So are all matter 1 participants now at the table?
Yes.
As Mr Humphries gets told off more times than me, then I'll be happy. Okay, so would you like a quick break before we go into matter 1?
Easy, sir. We're sort of sat here ready. The team who are dealing with matter 1 are here, so we're content to go into that.
Participants, okay? Okay. Right. So we'll deal with matter 1, and we'll go straight into issue 1. So matter 1 is whether the council has complied with its statutory procedures and legal matters in preparing the plan. So just in terms of the first question, we have said that we will consider the duty to cooperate issue in the light of the letter from the Minister, which is now that duty to cooperate is on its way out. So we are not intending to go into that in any great detail, but there's still matters of soundness in relation to cooperation. And we will return to some of these matters, particularly when we look at housing need, because there is the way in which the council has worked with neighbouring authorities, and particularly the Black Country authorities, are is a matter for us now, but also will be one that we'll turn to when we look at housing need. But can I? So I don't want to have the same items discussed at this session, but it's useful just to now to provide some context to it. And I wonder whether I could turn to the council, and you might wish to bring in your colleague from Wolverhampton in terms of that issue about how you have worked with your neighbouring authorities, and particularly the Black Country authorities, in order to prepare the plan. You've referred to the updated statement of common ground between the authorities, but if you could just bring us up to date, Mr. Humphreys, with that, and maybe I could understand also what Wolverhampton's position is, and I presume I'd like to understand that Wolverhampton speak on behalf of the other Black Country authorities as well. If I could hear from you, that'd be helpful.
So, well, just to give you some context and just for the benefit of the wider room, you've obviously got written responses to all of the Matter 1, Issue 1 questions. A key document on top of that is the Duty to Cooperate statement, which we submitted. I'll ask Mr. Ashford to give you an overview of the process that you've just referred to there, and then Ms. Broster will just jump in and give you a few key references to where you can find the detail that sits behind that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In terms of the process we undertook, we've worked actively, constructively and on an ongoing basis with our colleagues in neighbouring authorities, in particular the Black Country authorities, from the early part of the plan making process, from the issues and options stage, all the way through draft plan, all the way through Regulation 19, and on to the submission version of the plan. So we've had engagement with them at regular occasions. We've talked about the evidence that we've put forward. We've talked about the parts of the process we're undertaking at that point in time. And that's helped us shape and develop the plan moving forward. And obviously they've helped, and I'm sure Michelle will come in and support on this. They've helped give kind of consultation and feedback to that process. So we've looked and listened and learned from that and used that to kind of help shape the plan. I'll just pass on to Harriet in terms of the parts.
Yeah, so in SCO 1, the Duty to Cooperate statement, in tables 1, 2 and 3, that outlines the engagement that we've had with all LPAs that we've engaged with. So that's the Black Country authorities, Shropshire, South Staffordshire and Staffordshire Borough Council as well, Stafford Borough Council, sorry, as well. And then as well as prescribed bodies, so such as National Highways, the Environment Agency, and so on. And then others as well that we thought that were relevant to add into that, including NGED. So we thought that was important due to obviously power demands. And then in SEO 1 further in the document, Table 5 outlines the dates where discussions took place with a brief outline of those discussions. And then within SEO 1A is where the Statement of Common Grounds and letters with all of those bodies that we've outlined within SEO 1 are sitting.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, just to confirm that from Wolverhampton Council's perspective and the perspective of the Black Country authorities, that Telford and Wrekin Council has engaged continuously and constructively and effectively with us on the issue, particularly of the unmet housing need of Wolverhampton, the Black Country, and indeed the wider region. So just to confirm that, and that was reflected in the fact that in response to our comments at issues and options stage, the contribution was increased. The housing contribution from the Telford and Wrekin plan to the Black Country authorities was increased for publication stage, and that Telford and Wrekin indicated that they would be willing to sign up to the Greater Birmingham and Black Country Housing Market Area Statement of Common Ground. At publication stage, that commitment was made, and now that commitment has borne fruit in that we have a updated Statement of Common Ground before you, which has the signature of Telford and Wrekin Council and the Black Country authorities in Birmingham, and will soon have the signatures of the other housing market area authorities. It's my understanding that it's only a matter of timing in terms of getting the signatures of those other authorities. There's officer agreement from them all to sign up to that Statement of Common Ground, which is an update of the the existing signed Statement of Common Ground from 2025.
Thank you. So, are there any outstanding matters in relation to gaining agreements with the Black Country authorities? Is it that Wolverhampton and Dudley are suggesting an early review? Is that a matter that's still outstanding?
Yes, sir. That's a matter that is still outstanding. Because under the current system, the Telford and Wrekin local plan, once adopted, if adopted in this year, would then not have a requirement to be reviewed for another 5 years. We are suggesting that an early review mechanism within the plan would allow for maybe an extra 3 years, an earlier 3-year period for review, which would allow for consideration of the outstanding large housing shortfall in the Black Country and the wider region to be considered at an earlier opportunity. We are aware that since we made our submissions to these hearings, the government has published consultation on local government reorganisation and also proposed spatial development strategy geographies for the country, and that there is a degree of uncertainty about the what those geographies would be for Telford and Wrekin. But nonetheless, our representation that we made at Regulation 19 stage, requesting an early review mechanism, still stands with that caveat.
And what, in your view, would that early review mechanism look like?
As set out in our submissions, it would be that the Black Country authorities had reached at least draft plan stage with proposed site allocations under the 2024 NPPF or a later version. Walsall Council is currently progressing a plan under the 2024 NPPF, and Dudley, Sandwell and Wolverhampton would be progressing will be progressing plans this year under the transitional arrangements. So that trigger point would be reached in early 2028 under the new statutory 30-month timetable for new local plans. So that would be approximately the timescale for the early review mechanism to kick in would be early 2028. In comparison with if that review mechanism was not put in place, the Telford plan would not be required probably to be reviewed until late 2031.
Mr Humphreys, what's the council's view on that position?
Yes, the council's position is relatively simple, sir, that the basis of the plan we've put forward in regards to the duty to cooperate is sound, and there is no requirement for us to plan for things that are unknown. So we don't consider that the early review as proposed is necessary. Just by way of reference, to put it in NPPF context, paragraph 28 refers to plans coming forward at different times, and that's inherently creating a degree of future uncertainty, and so you have to make a decision that's informed by what is known at the time. And as you've heard, in terms of the current provision we're making towards the unmet need for the Black Country authorities, there is agreement on that, and that's based on the current position. So we don't see that there is the need for the early review as suggested.
Is there anything you'd like to come back to on that point?
No, sir, nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Mr Humphreys, just in terms of our question 3 on matter 1, I think you have confirmed that there are no outstanding, other than, well, it's not a matter in the way it's due to cooperate, it's been carried out, but there are no outstanding matters between any authorities and the any other bodies in respect of how the plan has been prepared.
Not as far as we're concerned, sir.
Thank you. Do any participants have any points they wish to make in relation to issue 1?
Thank you, sir. Rachel Damon from the Home Builders Federation. I think we are just frustrated with the West Midlands and Black Country authorities, not Telford particularly. We understand the position they're in, that the unmet housing needs of the wider West Midlands region have been long-standing, unaddressed, undealt with, and there's basically been a pass-the-parcel of housing needs. So all the Birmingham authorities say, we're Greenbelt, we can't have it, will you have it? We're Greenbelt, we can't have it, will you have it? And so it goes round, and it remains unaddressed for years. So we welcome the fact that Telford is doing something to meet the unmet needs of the wider area, and we wish it could do more, and we wish the Birmingham authorities had done a better job in articulating what that unmet need was, so Telford could do more. So at this stage, where the government's so keen to see housing delivery and certainty, anything that can be done to increase the housing numbers of delivery across the West Midlands region, particularly Telford, would be very helpful, particularly because the SDSs that will resolve the issue of unmet need and the failure of the duty to cooperate will be resolved but many years in the future. So in the meantime, you're still backlogging unmet need across the wider area. We've got great sympathy with the council in the position it finds itself in, and we've expressed our frustrations in response to all the other local plans because they're baking in 80% of the standard method, not the new standard method. So the new plans coming forward will not deliver the housing need of the region as known. They're baked in these lower numbers. And so anything that can be done in the Telford plan to increase numbers will be helpful, but we don't think it's a unsoundness issue, particularly from Telford's point of view and the duty to cooperate, because they have done what they can. but we still think they should do more. But the reason they're not doing more is because they haven't been asked to. So our frustration is with the region. And how you resolve that in this plan, I'm not sure, but maybe something around a plan review is important, and maybe some reference to the SDSs being the appropriate way to deal with some unmet need, because what matters is that the unmet need is addressed quicker, as quickly as possible, because the housing needs are not being met across the wider region.
Thank you. We will come back to discuss the issue of unmet need, so we'll return to that. But in terms of the way in which they've undertaken the plan, the way in which they have cooperated, you just pick up one point you said Telford could do more. What do you mean by Telford could do more?
They could proactively choose to do more and allocate more sites and meet more housing need of the wider area if they chose to do so, but I don't think they're required to do so because there's not a clearly defined unmet need. In comparison to Leicester, where Leicester said our unmet need is X, and then all the authorities have said, right, we'll take a bit, and all the neighbouring authorities have clearly then allocated sites to meet that unmet need. Telford are not in that position because the Birmingham and Greater West Midlands authorities haven't been clear in what their unmet need is. They've dodged that question for decades, and therefore the council can't be asked to plan if there's not a clear figure for all of the regions, but it could do more. And it's disappointing that the Shropshire plan that tried to do more also failed because there isn't that clear view on the way going forward. So they could proactively choose to do more, and we would encourage them to do that.
Okay, well, we will come back to the issue of housing need in the session. Ms. Harper-Smith.
Good morning, Sir, Madam. Thea Osmond-Smith, barrister, instructed on behalf of Boningale Homes. You'll have seen our hearing statement and our Regulation 19 reps, and we do consider that there has been engagement, but that engagement has not been effective in respect of the duty to cooperate. And the big point we make is about the unmet need from the Black Country, and we pointed that out at 2.3 of our hearing statement. In respect of a binding agreement to secure how the contribution is apportioned, delivered, phased or monitored, and some of that is answered by the Statement of Common Ground, but not all of it. But fundamentally, it's the figure within the plan of 153 dwellings per annum that we raise concerns over, because the genesis of the figure is really the difference between the standard method and what the plan was always planning for, circa 1,000 dwellings per annum. And it's a happy circumstance that the council is left being able to contribute 153 dwellings per annum. That is a figure that hasn't been assessed in the IAA. And this is going to trespass on that issue, I'm afraid, but it's important to try and understand how that figure's come about and what it means. Obviously, it doesn't take into account any of the unmet need from Birmingham. It's a figure which is now absorbed into the overall housing requirement over the plan period, but there hasn't been a distinct exercise of what do we need to do for Telford and Wrekin and what do we need to do to meet the Black Country. And that's despite... And that's obvious when one looks at the Regulation 18 plan, because that identified broadly the same number of homes, although 20,200 versus the 20,680, without any reference to the Black Country at all. And that's what's a little confusing when one looks at the housing topic paper, because it says that at Regulation 18 stage, the council had identified a contribution of 81 dwellings per annum towards the Black Country's needs. But you don't find any explanation of that in the plan. The only unmet need identified at that point was for gypsy and traveller sites, and nor does the interim IAA mention that figure either. And it's really our point that it shouldn't be difficult to set out, justify, analyse and assess that figure and explore the alternatives to it through the IAA process. The 1,010 figure, that arose from the rebased housing projections. Again, nothing at all to do with meeting unmet needs. So if that was the figure that was regarded as appropriate and assessed to meet Telford and Wrekin's own needs, how can then the 153 DPA from the Black Country, now absorbed into the slightly higher figure of 1,034 dwellings per annum, also be appropriate if there is genuinely 153 dwellings per annum to meet that need? And that's exactly the problem Shropshire had that led to its plan failing, because the reduction in Shropshire's own need by absorbing that 1,500 for the Black Country into its own requirement wasn't justified, and it's not justified here either. in essence, the requirement, or a requirement very similar to that which is now in the plan, was set before the need from the Black Country was understood and incorporated, so far as revealed from the documents. And if I'm wrong about that, then Mr Humphreys is going to come back and tell me why I'm wrong. The council is obviously now doing only the bare minimum with its own housing requirement meeting the standard method, the difference then being to meet the Black Country needs. Looking through the duty to cooperate statement and appendices, again, it's very difficult to understand where the figure comes from or how it's been generated or assessed, apart from being a happy coincidence of the difference between what the plan was looking at planning for and what the standard method now generates, essentially, for Telford and Wrekin. The second issue, and whether this is duty to cooperate or SA, probably trespasses over both issues, is once you've identified that, where does that go? Because logic would suggest, of course, that one allocates sites closest to where the need arises to meet that unmet demand from the Black Country. But of course, what we have here is a strategy very much focused to the north of Telford and furthest away from where that need arises. And I'm sure we'll come back to that with the north-south question when we're looking at sustainability appraisal generally. As to the early review that's been asked for by the Black Country authorities, Wolverhampton, Dudley, Sandwell, all asking for the same thing. To us, that indicates a concern that Telford isn't doing enough, isn't doing what it could or should, and that's borne out through really the lack of appraisal of the figure that's included for the Black Country, because that hasn't been subject to assessment. There hasn't been an identification of what the capacity is to do more to meet those unmet needs, which now those authorities in the Black Country say triggers an early review. So please look at this sooner rather than later, because we think there's a problem around the corner. And I'm sure you've got the references within the is SC01A for that, but Wolverhampton's letter's on page 23 of the PDF, so that's 23 of 129, Dudley's on 29 of 129, and Sandwell's is 58 of 129, where they're all asking for the same thing, essentially, which is the early review. The other point we make in our submissions, of course, is that none of this goes towards addressing Birmingham and their unmet need. We've got the points on Gypsy and Traveller sites there in our representations. I won't trouble you with those now.
Thank you very much. Ms Ross?
Thank you, sir. Just to come back on 2 points that have been made, just to clarify that Wolverhampton, the Black Country authorities and the wider housing market area authorities have all been clear on the scale of unmet housing need across our area. The most recent evidence of that is in the up-to-date housing market area statement of common ground, but there have also been numerous representations made at numerous local plan examinations in recent years, which that emerging evidence has been put forward, and the Dudley, Samwell and Wolverhampton plans are all at examination at an advanced stage, with precise figures in terms of housing shortfalls. On the second point, just to confirm again that we at Wolverhampton Council and the Black Country authorities are satisfied that the Telford and Wrekin plan before you, that housing requirement, we do feel is sufficiently justified at the current time. And it is important that that housing requirement and the Black Country contribution to unmet need is secured in an adopted plan now. So the requirement for an early review would be to revisit and test any potential for an extension of that contribution in future years. But that just to reaffirm that we're satisfied that the the current plan before you, that housing requirement is sufficiently justified.
Thank you. Ms Humphries, just for, this crosses over to a discussion on unmet need and housing requirement, which we'll come to. This is about the way in which the council has cooperated, and I'm just trying to understand what matters are unresolved, and Ms Osmond Smith has outlined some that they consider to be unresolved. But what do you want to say in response?
Yes, so well, if we just stick within the box, as you've indicated, of the duty to cooperate, rather than what is the Black Country's unmet housing need, because the two are not the same questions for the purposes of this plan, or more generally. So just sticking with the duty to cooperate, in terms of the process that has been followed and the outcomes of that process and the engagement with the appropriate stakeholders, in particular the Black Country authorities, I mean, as you've just heard confirmed by Wolverhampton on behalf of the Black Country authorities, they're content with that process. And we've provided to the examination a whole suite of evidence in relation to who we've engaged with, when we've engaged with them, how we've engaged with them. So you have the detail of the process that has been followed. The relevant councils are happy with the figure of 153 as a contribution, but for the purposes of the duty to cooperate, that technically doesn't matter whether or not 153 is the right figure. Whether 153 is the right figure is a question of soundness in relation to the level of need that the council is planning to meet. So, sir, I wouldn't propose to say anything further bar dealing with two minor points. I'll ask Miss Prosper in a moment just to deal with the position in relation to Birmingham, but just in relation to Gypsy and Traveller need, just to remind you again, this is set out in our written work. The request from Staffordshire was not to take some of their need, it was just they wanted to check that we were meeting our own needs so that they didn't have to. And obviously in the plan before you, there is a plan to meet our own need, and so there isn't an issue in that regard. And so I'll just ask Miss Foster to deal with the Birmingham point.
Yeah, so the point on Birmingham, we note that in their focus preferred options that they consulted on at the end of last year, they're now proposing to hopefully meet their own need. Their larger met needs that had stood previous was mainly due to a 35% uplift on their housing requirement. And as this has been removed, they're proposing, or they make reference to potentially having to release some greenbelt in order to meet their need within their focus preferred options document.
Ross, your nameplate is still up. Do you wish to? Does anybody wish to come back on any of those points at the moment? We will come back to, obviously, the session on housing need. Okay, it is now 11 o'clock. Let's just take a short break, and then we can move into matter 4, if that's okay. Sorry, matter 1, issue 4. I'm hoping that your colleague is now able to join us for that.
Yes, I've just checked, sir, and he's on his way. So if we have a 15-minute break, then hopefully by the end of that, he'll be with us.
Thank you very much. So it is now 11, so we'll come back at 11:15. Right, so we're going to deal with issue 4 now, and thank you very much. I presume Mr. Humphries, your appropriate colleague is here now? Yes. Great, thank you. And just a reminder that participants, so Bonningdale, you're not taking part in issue 4. HBF, you are. So you are the only. Wappensall, you are, but you're with the council on this point, is it?
Yes, we're happy to assist, sir, but we haven't put any representations on issue 4, but if we can assist in some way, we're more than happy to do so.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Carpenter and I are going to ask questions, ask a number of questions around this. I will be asking most of the questions, but Ms. Carpenter will be asking some questions around our question 16. So if we start with question 1, sorry, our question 12 for us, but the first question on this issue, which is the local development scheme. And Council, you've confirmed that the current local development scheme was updated and adopted in January 2025 and contains a local plan timetable in section 4, I think it is, isn't it? And so just remind me when it is in there that you're expecting the local plan to be adopted.
So if we look at the document, so phase 4 is the publication version, and that aimed for a publication version. Sorry, so this is page 6 of the document it begins, which is in that section 4 that you referred to. And what it aims for is publication version spring 2025, but then acknowledges that thereafter the timescale for adoption and the future stages will depend on how long this process takes. So it doesn't commit to a specific date for adoption in light of that. But from our perspective, we would anticipate, subject to how long this takes, adoption by the end of the year, as in this year.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions in relation to local development scheme? Just a question, just so that I'm clear. There is no waste plan, is there, separate waste plan that would operate in this area?
No, so there's no waste plan.
Thank you. So we turn to question 13, which is the plan period, and this is one of those points where after the publication stage, the council has is now suggesting that the local plan period be rolled forward a year to 2021 to 2041, and now a couple of questions around that. There is a representation made, I think, from the defence industry that suggests that that should be 2042, not 2041. And they're not here. They're not. I don't think they're here. They're not represented today, but they've made written representation. So I want to ask that point to the council as to why you're suggesting 2041 and not 2042. And a second question in relation to the plan period which you're putting to us is what are the implications of doing that, particularly in relation to, for example, evidence-based work which supports the plan. So if you could answer those 2 points for me, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, so well, Mr. Ashford will jump in and deal with the first of the queries there.
Yeah, in terms of the first point around I think I'm just going to shut the windows. In terms of the first point about the... Sorry, can you just clarify the question again for me?
The defence, I think it's the Defence Industry Organisation, Defence Infrastructure Organisation has made a representation that says that the plan period does not run to 15 years, even if it was 2041, and that a minimum 15-year period is also proposed in the consultation version of the MPPF, and therefore their view is that it should be extended for a further year to 2042. Now, going back to my earlier question in relation to adoption, you suggested that, I mean, you don't know, it's not it's in our hands as much as yours in some respects, but obviously the framework expects a minimum of 15 years on adoption. So I'd like you to, I'd like to understand why you have rolled forward to 2041 rather than 2042, having regard to what the Defence Infrastructure Organisation has said.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I think in terms of the way things have progressed since the publication version of the plan, the submission and the speed of the examinations taking place, we're confident we're going to adopt within this year. So that means we'll be in line with the MPPF and have a 15-year period for the plan.
Did you consider 2042?
No, we considered 2041 would be an appropriate endpoint for the plan.
And that would be April, 1st of April 2042, 41.
Yeah, that'd be correct, yeah.
I give you 15 years?
I think just about, so yeah.
So this is a question, I think, that arises at a lot of local plans. And again, it's all subject to precise timing of adoption. But in terms of compliance with the framework, if it ended up being that we adopted this year, but the plan expired April 2041, and so there was a difference of some months, so you didn't have a full 15 years, but you had 14 years, 8 months, it would be a matter of planning judgment whether or not that was in accordance with that requirement, and we would say that it is. And so just conscious as well, you asked a two-part question, and I said I'd deal with the other part of it. You have in the documentation TW01A, and so that is a note that was specifically prepared to deal with the implications of the amended plan period, and so it considers the implications of this in relation to housing requirement and supply, provides an updated supply table in that regard. It does the same in relation to employment, land, and so covers the sort of key criteria, the key issues in terms of supply and need that you would expect arising as a result of an increase in the plan period by 1 year.
If we were to recommend it went to 2042, what would be the implications of that?
So as things stand, sir, a number of the sites that are proposed in the plan actually do run beyond the plan period anyway. So when you see the big tables which show delivery and predicted timescales for delivery, we already have sites that are extending beyond the period. So in terms of any work that would be required, there would need to be an assessment done as to how that compares to then an additional year of requirement. But the basic building blocks are already in place in the evidence before this plan. I don't think we could give you right now, we would need to do precisely X, Y, and Z, but we've got scope within the work that we've already done to provide an initial answer to the question.
Thank you. Ms Stanneman.
Yeah, thank you. I think we are of the view that 2040, that this year is quite ambitious to adopt the plan by, because of the time it takes for plans to go through council systems once they've got the inspector's report from yourselves, and also because there's going to need to be made modifications because the council are proposing modifications. I cannot predict this plan is going to be found sound as the Regulation 19 currently before you, because they've already suggested changes in another version. So by definition, there's going to need to be a period of public consultation, a period of reflection on what those consultation responses say, and them to be processed in the standard way by the council staff. So we're very conscious that all of the examinations that we're at and inspectors' reports that are coming through now across the country are saying plans being examined now should run to 2042, and that's our position because it needs to be 15 years.
Do you wish to come back on anything, Mr Humphries?
I don't think I could say anything that we've not already said, sir, on the point. Clearly something that you will need to consider, you know, the extent to which we control when we now adopt is to a degree limited, and we're in the hands of yourselves, and as well as then what comes out of that consultation process in due course in relation to main mods. But given that we're at February now, we wouldn't say that it's unrealistic to expect adoption by the end of the year.
No, I suppose if the plan, if and this is all caveated, isn't it? Because we're in examination hearings, but if the plan, just say the modifications, if we consider the plan could be made sound with modifications, and those modifications would go out for public consultation, avoiding summer holidays, presume, then that would be early part of the autumn. Would that mean you would get the plan adopted by the end of the year?
In terms of taking it through to adoption at full council, it's probably about a 6-week period for us to do that. So I think in terms of getting it adopted by the end of the year, we'd be able to do that.
6 weeks from the receipt of our report to adoption. Is that? Hold you to it, Ms. Ashford. I'm just trying to understand the processes that might be involved.
Is the time period from going to cabinet to full cabinet, so the sort of formal process of adoption, as it were. So that doesn't include the period for consultation and considering the responses to consultation. It's once that's taken place, how do we actually get it adopted?
Yes.
And that process would take 6 weeks.
You said from cabinet to full cabinet?
So it's cabinet
Council,
to full council?
From cabinet to full council.
Yes.
Takes 6 weeks.
Yeah, roughly 6 weeks, yeah.
There's obviously a leading time to cabinet in terms of preparing reports and things like that.
Sorry, if I just clarify that, when we go to, the leading time for going to cabinet and then getting to full council will be roughly 6 weeks.
So in terms of preparing reports for cabinet, then going to cabinet, then to full council, period of 6 weeks.
Correct,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. Thank you. Questions 14 and 15. I don't have any questions in light of the answers that you've already set out. For members of the public, these relate to the compliance with the statement of community involvement in terms of the consultation that has taken place. And then there's a question about climate change. Obviously, we will come on to look at the way in which the plan addresses climate change through its strategy and through the particular policies as a theme that runs through the plan. So we will turn to climate change, but I don't have any more questions in relation to the particular two questions that we've asked on those two matters. And if there's anything you wish to add or say at this stage, Mr. Humphries.
No, so you've got a written response from us, and there haven't been any reps made by other interested parties on these questions, so there's nothing for us to pick up to respond to from those either. So we're content with the documentation you've got.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. So question 16. So this relates to whether it's clear from the plan how the plan relates to other plans that form the development plan for the area. So of course regulation 8.5 of the plan making regulations requires the plan to identify all the policies in the current adopted development plan that will be superseded upon adoption of the plan that we're examining. And you've provided document TW9 to help clarify that, and our interpretation of that is that, if we've understood what you're intending to say, that all the existing local plan policies would be superseded upon adoption of this plan. Can I just firstly clarify, is that correct? Is that the correct position?
Yeah, I think what we were clarifying was that there are policies that will be superseded in their entirety.
Yep.
And then policies where there might be minor changes to that within the table.
Yes, but I suppose from a technical point of view, is it the council's intention that any of the policies or any parts of policies in the current adopted plan would be saved?
I think I might have to bring my colleague Will in on this one, but I think in terms of the detail of the table, there are policies where there might have been no changes to. So effectively they're lifted and shifted.
I think you're talking slightly cross
yeah.
purposes. The question is, as I understand, in relation to the adopted local plan, do any of those policies remain, or are they wholesale replaced by the new?
That's what I'm asking, yeah.
So perhaps if we ask Will to jump in on response to that.
Yeah, so as shown in the table we provided, all of the policies are intended to be superseded. We just wanted to provide further clarity on which policies have been combined, which policies have had major changes, and which policies have had minor modifications.
Great, thanks, that's helpful. Yes, I think that was what we understood to be the case. So that is not currently clear in our view from the plan that we're examining. The content of that plan doesn't actually explicitly state that. So what's the council's position about how that could be addressed?
If there is a concern in that regard, what you would need is probably nothing more than a paragraph in the plan explaining that is the case, and just confirming in essence what we've just said, that the plan is now the plan, and that the previous policies contained in full title reference for the previous plan are now superseded by this plan. I don't think that would need to be a policy as such, because the policy is not a policy. They would just be explanatory text within the documentation at an appropriate point near the beginning of the plan.
So therefore, a main modification is likely to be required in order to address that, because it's a matter of legal compliance, effectively, that the plan actually says that explicitly, and I suppose something that makes clear that it is indeed all of the policies in the plan named, yeah.
Yes, so we can add that, I think, to an appropriate main mods list to address the point that it's explicit that is the case.
Thanks. Now, the current adopted plan has within it, in appendices, a number of site allocations. And indeed, the plan we're examining has, within an appendix, a number of site allocations. So in various places, I think once in the plan, but certainly in some of the documents that you've submitted to us in response to our initial questions, there are references, the council is referring to carrying forward allocations from the current adopted plan to the plan that we're now examining. And I think that relates to something like 14 employment sites and 1 housing site. You could correct it if that's not the right numbers. So as things stand, those so-called carried forward allocations aren't listed in the plan that's before us for examination. And obviously we're going to come back to those allocations, to the substance of those allocations, under Matter 5, Issue 1, which is Thursday. But we do note for now that the council, I think it's a reference actually in your Matter 5, Issue 1 statement, you have proposed a modification to include certainly the employment allocations within the plan. So a couple of questions sort of flow from that. One is, if we ultimately conclude that that's necessary for soundness, and this would apply both to the employment allocations and potentially to the housing one that's been mentioned. A couple of questions flow from that. I mean, one is what's the council's view on how that would happen in terms of how those allocations get carried forward? What's the sort of physical mechanism for doing that? And secondly, what implications might that have sort of for legal and procedural compliance in terms of those so-called carry-forward allocations not having been within the plan that's been out to consultation? Mindful that this is something you might want to discuss, take away and come back, but we wanted to raise it now, either to get an initial view now or for you to consider, but this will come up again on Thursday.
Well, I think we take the opportunity to go away and think about that and return to it when we get to Matter 5, Issue 1 on Thursday, if that was okay, Inspector.
Yeah, that's fine. I think with a particular emphasis on the sort of procedural implications around consultation. Yeah, thank you. Are there any other comments on those points? Okay.
There's been passed a note in relation to what you were just asking before. Madam, could you just repeat the question? Were you just asking, were there any further comments from us?
No, I was...
Oh, fine.
Okay, so we move to question 17, which is about the public sector quality duty, and thank you to the council for your response to our question. You will have to have regard and had to regard to the public sector quality duty in preparing the plan, and you have prepared quality impact statement around that, which is helpful. And as inspectors, we too will have to have regard to it in the examination of the plan. In your response to our question, you've set out some specific points that you've drawn from your equality impact assessment. But you've not specifically referred anything relating to gypsy and travellers. Is there anything additional to that particular aspect that you want to draw to our attention?
Sorry, I think in terms of the answer to the question, it's about how we've addressed the plan making process for the public sector equality duty. Part of that we've done, if you specifically in terms of gypsy and travellers, we've done a gypsy and traveller accommodation assessment, and that involved engagement with that community, quite a lengthy piece of work there. We will have a consultant coming on Matter 6, Issue 1, that can provide some further information if you require it at that stage.
Okay, thank you. Question 18 is just about all other legal requirements, and you have answered it. I'm not aware of any representations relating to that, saying that the plan doesn't meet all other relevant legal requirements other than those that we have discussed. Ms. Danneman.
I have a question about the Environment Act, because obviously biodiversity net gain is mandated by the Environment Act and not planning legislation per se. So it's really just a question for you, how you intend to deal with that in light of the fact that biodiversity net gain policy is changing, but it's being led by DEFRA. So for example, they've just come out with a clarification that 0.2 hectares will be the de minimis requirement, but that's through the DEFRA legislation, not the planning legislation. So it's really just a question for when we get on to discussing biodiversity net gain, how you deal with the fact that it's kind of a twin-hatted policy led by DEFRA, but with implementation through the planning practice guidance and the MPPF, because the DEFRA guidance has changed and the MPPF will be changing. So it's a purely practical question, how you'd like me to address that, if you want me to refer to both bits of legislation.
Which session is that set out in your representations?
It's the BNG responses. So yeah, it's not for now. It's really just a flag for when we get to that. That'll be the first question I ask. So it's helpful to give you notice of that in advance, because we found this has been an issue in other local plan examinations where we're saying, well, the Environment Act and the DEFRA guidance does this, and the planning guidance hasn't changed and won't change in time. But I expect between now and even when we get to the session, there may be some more advice on DEFRA. I'm the national lead for biodiversity net gain, which is why I'm particularly on the pulse of what's happening. So it's just that it's a twin-hatted thing, and if the plan said nothing about biodiversity net gain, there's still a requirement by the Environment Act for 10%.
So is it your view that the plan does not comply with the relevant legal requirements in this respect?
It's my view that the Environment Act needs to be considered as part of the relevant legislative framework.
Mr. Humphreys, can you help us out on that?
Well, I'm not entirely clear what the... Is there a suggestion that it's not been in some way, or...?
It's just the fact that the guidance has changed between when you submitted the plan and when we get to the examination, but it's the DEFRA guidance that's changed, not the planning guidance. That's my point.
Well, from a legislative compliance point of view then, so within the sort of realms of this issue, I'm not sure that gives rise to a change that needs to be addressed in due course when, you know, between now and the end of the plan period, whenever that may be, there will be changes in national guidance, there will be changes in legislation, there will be changes in national policy, and they will have to be dealt with on application by application basis in due course. But I'm not aware that on the basis of that there's anything that causes any concern for now in relation to compliance with relevant legal duties.
I think it makes more sense to discuss it in the biodiversity net gain point when I can explain, but essentially the de minimis exemption has changed to 0.2 hectares now because DEFRA have said that's what they're going to do. So that is, but it hasn't fed through into the planning practice guidance and won't do that for several months. That's my question.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have any more questions in relation to issue 4. Thank you very much for all participants to accommodate that switch. Mr. Humphreys, is there anything you wish to bring to our attention in relation to issue 4 that's not been done so?
No, just looking down the line, no, but obviously cognizant that we'll return with an answer to your questions regarding the existing site allocations.
Thank you. I realise now we're going to have to bring some people to the table as we move on to issue 2. We'll just take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Hope everyone is now in place. So we're now going to move to issue 2, which is about the sustainability appraisal, or the IIA, as Telford are referring to it. Now, just to check participants around the table, I think only Bonningdales are in this session as respondents, as it were. That's correct, isn't it? 2 ladies, you're not taking part in this session, you're just so you can hear, which is absolutely brilliant. And then we've got a council's team on this side. Okay? All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask the council if you could just very briefly outline the process that you've undertaken. I know you've got ACOM here. If you could very briefly outline the process that you've taken in relation to your sustainability appraisal, and how that has informed the strategy, because there is some concerns from respondents that that the strategies is well, I'll let them speak, but the strategy can be effectively predetermined, and in that sense, the SA process is not is rather flawed. So, could you just start with an outline of the SA process and how that has informed the strategy, if you can?
Yes, sir. I'll ask Mr. Bishop to jump in and deal with this question.
Yes, so we began in 2020 with the initial call for sites, and along with that came the issues and options scoping paper. Following that, there was a second call for sites based off a white paper which came out. Then the Sheller was created for that, so that was the Strategic Housing and Economic Land Availability Assessment. And then at Regulation 18, we had the interim IIA report, and then following what we learned from the interim report and the Regulation 18 consultation, we moved on to Regulation 19, which is when the full IIA came out, followed by the site selection process. In terms of within the document, yes, as set out in CDO4, so the non-technical summary, the IIA is an iterative process and has been an essential tool in aiding decision-making throughout. For example, the preferred approach to housing growth is broadly aligned with the existing adopted local plan strategy and is reflective of the housing strategy option 2.1, so maintaining the current strategy. This can be summarised visually in CDO6 on page 69. Similarly, the site analysis information has been provided, has been used throughout the site selection process. Document ASO2 shows how this has been applied to the site selection process. Again, similarly, chosen employment, there is no red flags raised with regards to the preferred growth strategy, and there is no alternatives that are clearly more beneficial across the range of sustainability topics, and the preferred strategy is broadly supported by the IIA. It's important to note that the IIA itself does not make decisions, but rather informs them. As laid out, each of the assessment options comes with a range of benefits and disbenefits, and it is a matter of planning judgment to weigh these up.
So just to flag one, what I hope is a fairly obvious point, the final IIA is obviously the end of that process, but you have before that the scoping assessment, you have the interim report, and you've had the outline there of how they all factor into the ongoing preparation of the local plan. So you need to understand and look at all of that to see how it's shaped the plan-making process as things go along.
When did ACOM been involved all the way through?
We have ACOM here, sir, so perhaps I'll just ask them to jump in. We've got Ian McCluskey here from ACOM. He can give you an overview of their involvement in the process.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, similar to what Will said, we came in at 2020 and we prepared the scoping report. And then we've been working alongside the council ever since then, up until now. We've worked on interim steps, prepared interim reports, and then the final Reg 19 version. I think it's also important to probably acknowledge that the plan's still being prepared, so there is still opportunity to undertake further integrated assessment work as well. It's not finalised yet, but we'll probably come back onto the predetermined issue, but I think the main point to make here is that we've been involved from the start and appraised things before the plan's been finalised. Just to clarify that process has been followed, really.
And just to a question for me in relation to your work from ACOM, how does the work that you've done here compare to what you found on your approach elsewhere? How consistent is the approach here to other sustainability appraisal work you've done to support local plans?
Yeah, so just as a bit of context, we are a planning consultancy, an engineering consultancy. We've been undertaking sustainability appraisals, SEAs, integrated assessments for 20 years. So we've developed our methodology over that period of time, taking into account regulations, guidance, case law, things like that. And our approach, we kind of take a standard approach where we can. Sometimes there's a need to be bespoke, but we've applied this approach in over 50 different local authorities. We've been through examination about 20 times now with this kind of similar methodology to this. I can give examples if it would be helpful, but there's quite a long list of those. I can provide those separately, but this approach that we take has been honed over the years, and it's been through examination and been found to be a sound approach, basically.
Ms. Osman-Smith.
Thank you very much, sir. Shall I just give you all my points in one? Does that help?
If that would probably be helpful.
I'll just run through them and then we can get some responses to them. So as you've indicated already, we say that the IAA doesn't do the job it's meant to do. It is not informed, in our opinion, decision-taking, but has responded to it simply for the reason, sir, as you identified, that we say the strategy is predetermined. And I'm going to give some examples of that, and I noticed that you had a hard copy of the document. So I'll try and translate the PDF pages I've got into your hard copy as we go through. And the first is 5.1.4, which is on page 51 of your hard copy. Yes, CDO6. So, and I'm just going to pick some out. Obviously, the document is vast, and I'm sure that you have, and we'll spend more time with it. But these are just some examples of where we say issues arise, which indicate that predetermination, but also fail to properly explain, fail to properly analyse the issues that this particular document tries to deal with, and we say does so unsuccessfully. So at 5.1.4, it was said that a higher growth scenario over around 1,000 units was unreasonable, given that delivery had started to flatten out, and no further explanation was given on a capacity basis, for example, be that environmental or in respect of infrastructure. And to put that in context, there's been a peak of delivery in 22-23 of 1,732 dwellings, followed 2 years later in 24-25 by 1,412 dwellings in that year. So not much sign of slowing, and well in excess of the housing requirements set out in the existing plan. So, and this is a key point really, going to the alternatives, looking at higher growth that might be possible, relating back to the Black Country's needs as well, is this assessment simply says, well, you can't go over 1,000, it's not considered reasonable. Well, that requires some further explanation. That's not there on the face of the document, because all it says is, well, you don't go over 1,000, delivery's slowed. So 2 points, delivery hasn't slowed. It fluctuates, but that's to be anticipated. And particularly as a plan ages, as the extant plan is now, then you would expect delivery to tail off because it doesn't have that impetus of a new planning context. But worse than that, on page 45 of the PDF, or 42 of the document itself, is figure 3.1, which is the overview of the site selection methodology. And we comment on this in our reps, but just looking at the stages that have been gone through, you'll see integrated assessment comes at stage 4. And we say that's a problem, because what that indicates is that the strategy was formed without the integrated assessment taking place and being able to inform it. So again, it's responding to decisions that the council have already made, rather than saying, well, these are the options, this is what performs well, this is what doesn't. Go away and think about how that finds its way into the plan. Chapter 5 of the document is absolutely key for our submissions. And what that gives, so that begins on page 54 of the PDF or 51 of the hard copy, for the strategic housing options, and it starts with housing growth at 5.1. And the point we make there is you've got 3 options essentially. Council choose the middle, rebased housing projections. So, Madam, you'll be able to see how that relates, or rather doesn't relate, to anything from the Black Country and their needs. That's just what's proposed in respect of Telford and Wrekin, and that follows through from the earlier interim IAA. But what we then have is the distribution at 5.2 over the page, which is then set out below it, which is essentially you get maintain the current strategy or do something essentially very similar for the other 3 options. And the other 3 options are so similar, we say, as to not really be alternatives. And I'd flag up paragraph 18 of the PPG guidance on that point, because what that says, of course, is that when one is looking at alternatives and assessing likely significant effects, those alternatives need to be sufficiently distinct to highlight the different sustainability implications of each, so that meaningful comparisons can be made. And in fact, what one sees from the IAA is that in all scenarios, the vast majority of growth goes to Telford. A more dispersed strategy hasn't been considered at all, and that's where we arrive at circa really 80% to Telford in all circumstances. And I take on board, because it will be said against me, well, many of the commitments are already in Telford, and so of course it's going to take a significant proportion of growth. Yes, I accept that, but there is still the remaining growth, the vast majority of which in all circumstances goes to Telford. So really there's very little difference between the options. They are not sufficiently distinct. But what hasn't been thoroughly tested is the strategy to place 3 major SUEs in essentially the same spatial location. That is to the north of Telford, thereby essentially creating a new super SUE. That's what it comes down to. That's the strategy that's been decided upon. Vast increase in growth to the north of Telford. That's the north-south Telford divide I spoke about. But it's more than that, because not only has that strategy not been appraised specifically, and that's really, really important for the cumulative impacts point, specifically, because of the level of growth directed to not just Telford, and that's how it's set out in the IAA. It says growth at Telford as the major settlement. Fine, understand that it has the services and facilities to accommodate that growth, but there is a difference between Telford and where in Telford. And the strategy is North Telford, not South Telford. And not only that, but there's a focus on the large SUEs, and that's when you get to Chapter 7, you'll see that. It's this focus on delivering, they're called broad areas of searches, bags. And alternative bags are assessed, but alternatives to the bags are not assessed. And that is an alternative so obvious that it must be included as part of that assessment. The report notes at 5.6.7, just find the page for that. Um, 5.6.7 is on page 72 of the hard copy or 75 of the PDF, and that's in part 5.6, reconsidering options. And that records that some consultees have queried why the north was chosen in preference to the south, bearing in mind that the south is also the location closest to the Black Country. And at 5.6.7, what is said about that is that there was an insufficient supply of sites to allow a strategy that focuses on that broad location. But again, what wasn't considered was whether there were sites which, in combination with some growth to the north of Telford, so have an SUE or two to the north of Telford, but how about having then some smaller sites to the south to deliver the total requirement? It really seems to be an all or nothing approach. So either you're going to have very large SUEs or nothing, either they're going to be all in the north or they're all going to be in the south. What's not considered is a combination of those things and the impact that that might have on the sustainability of that plan. And that's a problem because the IAA notes that the current strategy that is adopted by the plan, which is all in the north, could lead to the widening of inequalities with deprived communities in the south of Telford, because they're just not going to benefit from new development. And for your reference, that's pages 344 and 346 of the PDF. And it's that inequality that the IAA recognises, which could have been addressed by a more dispersed development strategy, which still focused on Telford, but also encouraged some growth in those communities to the south. So this is not a plan which benefits all of the communities in Telford. It's very much of benefit to the north. In terms of certainly the services, infrastructure and facilities it will bring. But the cumulative impact of that, of course, is a different question that I think you're going to come on to look at in different sessions. One final point is at 5.6.12, which is page 73 of the hard copy or 76 of the PDF. And that is the reason for discounting higher growth in Newport. And that is so cursory as to be unhelpful. It talks about additional pressure on facilities, but that could, of course, be overcome by strategic large-scale development, which could provide the services and facilities and make significant contributions in that way, in the same way that the SUEs, that chosen strategy to the north, are doing exactly that, or expected at least to do exactly that. Do you have anything else to add? No. Those are my points. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osmond-Smith. I mean, a number of points there, but a common theme, I suppose, from the points made by Bonindale. What's the council's response to those points?
Well, probably more than one response, sir, a few responses, if that's okay. Just first of all, sir, if we deal with the, it's a point made in numerous ways, but the notion that the plan has not been influenced by the SA, but the SA is a retrospective justification of the plan that's been taken, that if you look at PD10, that is the interim IIA, and so that is published November 2023 and goes out for consultation at the Reg 18 stage. And so what you... PD 10.
No.
So PD is
PD.
A local plan preparation document.
Yeah.
And so it just was to flag really the dating of that, and just to highlight a few points that are considered at that point in time. And all of this is very usefully summarised in the non-technical summary. But at the Reg 18 stage, what you had, if you look at chapters 5 and 6, you have consideration at that stage in relation to both. I appreciate the comments have been made in relation to housing, but I'll deal with it in both relation to housing and employment. You have consideration at that point in time, not at the end of the process in the final IIA. It's done at that point in time. Various growth scenarios, so the 3 growth scenarios for housing, and then 4 distribution options for each of those, so 12 separate scenarios. That's considered in Chapter 5 back in 2023 at the Reg 18 stage, and the same process is done back in 2023 at the Reg 18 stage in relation to the employment land sites. And you also have, at that point in time, consideration in Chapter 7 of that document of the potential for sustainable extensions. And at that point in time, 5 separate areas are considered in that regard, not 3. And so we don't accept the characterisation that all of this is ipso post facto justification. That's all taking place as part of the ongoing plan preparation process, and informs then what happens at the next stage, which is the Reg 19 stage. And then in terms of where the Reg 19 and the additional SA work is done, it's not really until right at the very end of the process that the final decisions are made in relation to sites and therefore the overall location of development. And so, for example, we were to look at, bear with me one moment. So I've got too many different names for different documents. The site selection technical paper has a series of assessments to it, and those are all at AS02. And what you see is, even at that very late stage in the process, all of those sites are considered against the scoring under the SA work that has been taken place. So we see continuing throughout the assessment process of both the strategy and individual site decisions, the SA work featuring, and so no final decisions are made in relation to anything absent a consideration of the SA work. And so I appreciate there's a number of quite specific points made against the council, but in a broad brush, that is what responds to the notion that there's in some way a problem. Now, just to pick up a couple of specific points that are made, the notion that the various reasonable alternatives aren't actually alternatives because they're so similar, well, we just don't accept that characterisation, and you're capable of forming your own opinion on that, obviously, but we say they are genuine alternatives that if you look at the most extreme differences, there's an 11% difference between the level of growth received by Telford in scenario 1 and then scenario 4, and then the distribution again between the rural and Newport changes throughout those, so we just don't accept that categorisation. And further, whilst it's right to say that most of the development is focused in the north of Telford, when you look at the plan, the policies map to the plan, it's not right to say that there is no housing development in the south of Telford. But the planning justification for why things have been predominantly pushed to the north is because, again, when you look at that plan, there are extensive constraints across the south of Telford which prevent expansion of the settlement in that direction. But again, it's worth reiterating that the majority of the final decisions that are made in relation to sites, and therefore the overall pattern of development, that takes place right at the very end of the process, fully informed by all of the SA work. Clearly, the SA is not the only document that has informed those decisions. You've got the SFRA and the rest of the evidence base. But it's very clear, when you look at the site selection decisions that are made, the SA is still influencing things at that point in time. So I'm content that provides a sort of an overview response, unless there were specific questions that either of you inspectors had from the council on this issue.
I'll just refer to Ms. T. Osman-Smith to come back on those points.
Thank you very much, sir. 2 points, really. One, I acknowledge PD10 as an earlier IAA, but it suffers from the same defects, and again is clearly a responsive document. The same table 3.1, sir, that I took you both to earlier also appears in this document, showing the sequential approach and where the IAA falls in that approach, and it's not where it needs to be, essentially. It's in the wrong order. But at 5.5, on page 72 of the PDF, or 68 of the document itself, it's clear that the strategy, the strategy that's proposed in the draft plan is already set out. So again, this document isn't informing it, it's responding to it and finding alternatives which we say are insufficiently distinct to assess against it. And as to the sites, we've answered this within our hearing rep and reps, and the way in which those sites have been assessed, and whether that has been done on a comparable basis. We say no, because that strategic filter has been applied to rule out sites which don't conform with the spatial strategy before even getting to assessment. So that's why there's not a comparable basis for the assessment of sites. But the fact that there is an earlier interim IAA doesn't meet our points. It's there, it still has the same defects.
Yes, so just quickly, you'll note the language there in the interim report is a preferred approach, and we're still at Reg 18 stage at that point in time, so no final decisions have been made. In terms of the points in time at which sites are filtered out of the selection process, I'll ask Mr. McCluskey to jump in relation to that.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's probably worth going to figure 3.1 that's being referred to, just to clarify what that actually is and what it isn't. So that's on page, let me find it. That's on page 42. So this is essentially a reproduction of the council's site selection process. This isn't the IIA process. This is just saying that outputs from the IIA were introduced into the site selection process at stage 4. It's totally separate to that. The IIA looks at strategic options prior to anything to do with sites. So the IIA looks at strategy options which are kind of based in reality, so there's an awareness of what sites are there, because they've got to be realistic. But that is not the same as saying that the integrated assessment only came in at that point. That isn't true. The integrated assessment work was undertaken at a more strategic level, looking at growth options, as you've just been referred to, and running in parallel to that, the integrated appraisal fed into the site appraisal process. So that is two separate but linked processes there, really. But in terms of predetermination, I just can't see that argument, to be honest. In terms of just something else that might be useful as well, if you look at Appendix B in CDO6, which is essentially appraisal of the housing options, the strategy options, the growth and distribution options that we looked at prior to Reg 18 stage, basically. That appraisal sets out the implications of growth in Telford at different levels, and if you read through the text, it talks about growth could be to the north, it could be to the east, it could be to the south. There's no decisions made at that point, because we didn't know at that point in time where the growth would be going. It was just in Telford in a range of locations. So if you read through that appendix, you'll get a better idea of actually we did consider implications around Telford and the different combinations of sites that might be involved and what the implications might be. So yeah, just to clarify on that point as well, we have looked at different kind of combinations of areas within Telford, and then further to that, obviously the split around Newport, rural areas, there's quite a wide range of different figures given. The figures are based on evidence, they're not just made up, so they're based on the sites that are available and things like that. So they might be quite similar, but they're based on evidence, which they've got to be, otherwise it's kind of just making alternatives for the sake of it.
Inspectors, if I could just give you one more reference in your documentation. ASO1 is the final site selection paper, and you have a review of all of the stages when play took place. And what it at 3.7, so that's PDF 28 of the document. The only sites that were removed at Reg 18 stage were sites that already had planning permission, sites that were duplicates, so they're already being considered under a different name or have been withdrawn because they've been superseded. 3 sites which for a use which we weren't proposing any type, that use we weren't proposing any allocations for. And then 4 sites which had valued community uses. And that's it. And so everything remains under consideration in essence after that point in time, informed by the SA. So it's not right to say that the SA results in, predetermination taking place and sites being screened out on the basis of some sort of decision being made in relation to strategy and site selection.
Thank you, sir. Just one more point. In terms of the IIA and site assessment, we did appraise all the sites that were proposed for completeness. So it was the council who then filtered sites out for their own purposes. So they have been appraised in the IIA anyway. They're in Appendix E of the same document, CDO6.
So, a particular point was made about the relationship between the south of Telford and the north of Telford, and the strategy in the plan, as it is in the Regulation 19 plan, is to focus development to the north of Telford, primarily within the sustainable urban extensions or the SCs. And there's a reference to constraints to south of Telford, relate to Greenbelt, etc. But where would that then be? At what point was that decision made? And where would that be articulated in the SA? Just as an example, south versus north.
So I think that as the point is in essence the one we've just made, that all of the sites are assessed in the SA, so that decision isn't made because all of the sites have been assessed. And so you're considering the sites that are in the south as well as the north through the SA work.
Using the SA and other evidence,
Yes.
the council decided on the strategy which is now in the plan.
Yes.
But the south option, I wouldn't say south option, but the option of having more development in the south was considered.
The sites that are put forward in the south are considered and assessed in the SA.
I'll ask Boningdales to say, to kind of respond to that point, because I think you were saying that that's not been properly considered, as an example. Is that correct?
As an example, sir, I mean, it really is the starkest thing when one looks at the policies map here to see the vast majority of growth sent to one location. And that requires some analysis and explanation. And what you don't get from the IAA is that. Because it's not just about, okay, well, we're going to deliver just through SUEs, and where are we going to put them? We're going to put them all in the north. It's, okay, is there a more dispersed pattern of development that would be beneficial to the whole of the borough, which could involve the south? It could involve increased growth at Newport, for example. There's the element of rural growth as well. But while you have, as I said, an assessment of alternative large areas, bags, you don't have alternatives to the bags which are assessed in the plan. But the lack of and I've called it a north-south, because it's certainly in the last plan there was very significant growth in the south of Telford. But it's a north strategy versus, frankly, anything else that isn't assessed. It's just said to be Telford, but it's not. The strategy is much more specific than that. We've got a North Telford strategy, not just a Telford strategy. And the alternatives to that, which is elsewhere in Telford or indeed elsewhere in the borough, just haven't been explored in any detail whatsoever.
Whereas the council's position, I think, is what you're saying is that they have been explored, but the decision was not to take those forward. Is that correct, that, as a strategy?
In essence, yes, sir.
Mr. McCluskey.
Yes, just to add to that, I think in the IAA report, just in terms of where that's mentioned, so 5.6.8 of CD06, that explicitly says that the council did consider a strategy of growth to the south, but considered it to be unreasonable. So that's where it's considered. The test in the IAA is whether an alternative is reasonable or not, and that is ultimately down to the plan maker to determine and to be discussed. So it is mentioned. It's not like it's totally blind to that fact. It was brought up at that stage, and we looked at the consultation comments that were brought forward, and we suggested, you know, that's been brought up. Should we be looking at an alternative in the south? And the council's response was, well, there isn't one really. We've looked into it, and there isn't for the reasons that have been set out elsewhere. So there is a rationale for that in the IAA report, which is what's required. That's all that's required in legal terms, is to set out why you think something is reasonable or not. So in terms of legal compliance, that has been met.
So I think again in that regard, it is very useful to look at the policies map just for the purposes of understanding the constraints that exist to the south. They're very stark, they're very obvious, and you just don't have the land there because of those constraints. But the more fundamental point is, as I've said already, is sites that were put forward were assessed.
Ms Osman-Smith.
So yes, if I may, you've been taken to 5.6.8 in the IAA, and that's frankly where I went to in my own submission, because that's all that deals with the north-south divide. Well, 567 to 568. And what that says is, well, there's insufficient supply of suitable sites that focus, to allow strategy to focus on this broad location. But what we don't know is if there were sufficient sites to be able to contribute to a different strategy, which had some north, some south. And that's why I said it was almost an all or nothing. So the IAA seems to approach this as, first of all, you've got to have very large SUEs. Then you've got to have them all in either north or south. That seems to be the upshot of that paragraph. And that's what I'm saying is problematic, because what about a different strategy, surely, as a reasonable alternative that sees growth dispersed around Telford, not all just sent to the north, for reasons which you're going to come on to in further sessions, I'm sure, but that is potentially problematic. In the IAA notes the potential for those cumulative effects arising as well, which would of course be avoided potentially by a more dispersed growth strategy, and also having the benefit in those communities to the south, which represent some of the most deprived in the borough, which I've already touched upon.
Probably just repeating myself, to be honest, sir, but the notion of another reasonable alternative being a hybrid north-south distribution option, you don't see in the IAA a label of that. But that is what it's done, because it's assessed the sites in the south. So it has assessed that, because it's assessed the sites. So there's nothing else to assess.
Has it assessed those in relation to some in the north as an option?
It's because you've assessed everything. You've assessed all of the sites, and you have your sustainability scores for all of those. And then the final decision that's then made isn't based solely on the SA, it's based on the SA plus other relevant evidence. And that's how you get to your final plan that is now before you. It's not solely driven by the SA, but the SA has looked at the sites in the south that were put forward.
McCluskey.
Yes, thank you. Just to point you into Appendix B again, because that is the appraisal of growth options, which includes different levels of growth around Telford. And if you read the text in there, it talks about different strategies around Telford. It doesn't say growth will be to the north. It says it could be to the north, it could be to the east, it could be to the south. So it is inherently covered in that assessment of growth options, as well as the sites being appraised separately as well. So it is covered in the inherently, really.
Ms Osman-Smith.
Thank you, sir. I was going to come to this part of the IAA in Matter 2, Issue 1. It is a very detailed part of the assessment, and that obviously assesses all of the growth and the distribution. Now, the fundamental problem with this assessment is that they're not distinct enough to be considered as proper alternatives, and you'll see that from the relative distribution of numbers in all of those strategies being remarkably similar, and of course Telford being the focus. But again, what you don't get is north-south. What you get is Telford, or more at Telford versus a little bit less at Telford, and some slightly different distribution elsewhere. And understanding a strategy, a spatial strategy, is not the same as assessing sites. And it's the strategy of the plan, which certainly I'm making my submission on in respect of the IAA, because that needs to be assessed as a whole against reasonable alternatives. I appreciate that if there aren't sufficient sites to contribute to one of the alternatives or one strategy, then of course that the strategy falls away. It's not reasonable to assess that. But certainly what there is potential here through the sites that were put forward through the Call for Sites exercise to identify a different strategy which would avoid some of the adverse impacts that I've highlighted.
Just following on, but a question for the council. So on this point about north and south, so of the sites that were put forward to the south of Telford or around the south of Telford that were assessed, you're saying, what proportion of those sites ended up in the plan that we're now examining?
Don't have a document which currently says this is a southern site and this is a northern site, because you'd obviously have to make a judgment as to what is in the south and what's in the north, as to where your sort of dividing line is. Do you treat exactly the middle of Telford as being the equator of Telford? But we can do that if you would like and say these are the sites that are in the south. It's a question of going through the Call for Sites work and identifying which are northern, which are southern, and then which make it into the plan. But I don't, we'd be loath to sort of give you a figure now in the absence of sort of going through that trawl.
Yeah, I think we would find that helpful, that analysis. Thank you.
Sorry, Ms McCluskey, you've got your... Ms Osmond-Smith. I think there's a reference made to the adopted plan focusing quite a lot of development in the south. I think, Ms Osmond-Smith, you made that point. And this plan changes that. But there are a number of references, and it's in the 2023 IIA. It's also in your response to the housing strategy in response to our questions that the third approach to housing growth is broadly aligned with the existing adopted plan strategy. So is the approach in this plan aligned to the adopted plan, or is it different in that it doesn't so much focus on the south, but focuses on the north?
Thank you, sir. I think the growth, the plan is consistent. There's constraints obviously in South Telford that we've discussed and explained in terms of the existing levels of growth of the current local plan. We've looked at allocations within South Telford that we're bringing forward to this new local plan, and therefore what we're looking at now is a kind of the north of Telford as being the kind of natural direction of growth for the town. So there is a consistency there.
But where development is being proposed is quite different to in this plan to the adopted plan. Is that correct?
Well, the key consistency, sir, is that Telford is the focus, rather than some sort of distribution across the rest of the borough. Telford remains the focus for expansion.
extent is that that continuation of the strategy? We're probably moving on to the discussion about strategy around the SA, but what extent does that influenced the shape of where this plan is going? The continuation of focus on Telford. Has that influenced the assessment of alternatives to that strategy, because it's continuation of the existing adopted plan? I'm probably not explaining myself very well.
I'm not entirely following you.
But does the approach in the adopted plan have a focus on Telford, and the continuation of that, is that, how much extent was that a given, rather than being, well, this plan we're starting from an approach where we'll look at alternatives, and then it turns out that there's still a focus on Telford? Or was it a conscious decision to keep focus on Telford, albeit in different parts of Telford, to the adopted plan?
I think it's both in some ways, sir, because you have to look at what you've got, look at what's available, and then do an exercise to understand what options are available to you. And in the SA, for example, it considered the possibility of just a new settlement, and that was ruled out as a reasonable alternative, as explained in the document. So potential alternative options were considered, but ultimately the nature of the borough is that you have Telford as the dominant settlement by quite some way, and so in terms of exercising a planning judgment to consider what options are available to you, that's the obvious starting point.
Smith.
Thank you very much, sir. There's an approach from the council which seems to treat Telford as a homogenous place, one single place. It's not. It's a place made up of very many different and very distinct communities, from Ironbridge in the south up to Muxton in the north, separated at times by very large road infrastructure. And I mean, that's just how it's grown, that it sort of has merged into a single area defined as Telford, but they are very distinct, different communities. So it's not right to say, well, growth at Telford is growth at Telford, regardless of where it goes. And the strategy of placing development adjacent to the existing built edge is consistent, because it's not. The previous strategies that have come forward that have seen growth at places like Lightmoor, Prisley, Lawley, very different to what's proposed now, which is, of course, as we've already identified, 3 SUEs, but very closely interlinked, really will form one super SUE in the north. So don't accept that it's just a continuation of what's been done before.
Do you accept that the issue about constraints on an alternative approach in respect of South Telford?
Yes, to this extent, that there are undoubtedly constraints in South Telford. You've got the World Heritage Site, although a rather large housing allocation in that broad location. But that goes to my point about the only option is not to have very large SUEs. A credible alternative, a reasonable alternative, a very sensible alternative might be to have an SUE or 2 SUEs, and then smaller growth towards the south, which could be accommodated. The problem with the IAA is it says it's big, broad locations or nothing, and it's big, broad locations in the north or nothing. And those are the issues that I'm raising, because there was a potential to provide growth in the south. Observing and respecting those constraints, but contributing to those communities who frankly most need it in Telford, as well as delivering larger urban extensions in the north.
What would you say to the point that the council's made that you could keep looking at reasonable alternatives and different combinations and expect them to be assessed, but actually that might be too much because you've got to focus on a distinct list of reasonable options?
Yeah, I mean, there comes a point that anything could be an alternative, and one has to draw a line under it. But I think that's where the guidance is going to, when it says they have to be sufficiently distinct. So it's about understanding whether there is something different that could be done to that which is the proposed strategy. And here you don't get that sufficient distinctness. And I think where an alternative is so obviously or so obvious to the strategy that's being proposed, then it should be reasonably assessed. But what we've got here really is the same strategy with slight nuances assessed over and again. And of course the emissions that I said that you don't have really anything that says you've got the bags have been assessed, alternatives to the bags have been assessed, but not alternatives to that as a strategy generally.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McCluskey.
Yeah, thank you. Just point you back to the housing assessment again, the Appendix B. So, in terms of alternatives for Telford, there's a range of different figures looked at. So the lower end of those figures wouldn't include multiple sustainable communities. It might involve one or none, and the growth would go elsewhere. So if you look at those, how those options are articulated, it says that it would go to Newport or the rural areas or wherever else. The fact is, when you get to those high figures to meet housing need, you've got to release some strategic land. So I think that's what has influenced a lot of the discussion around higher growth in Telford, is that you've got to release some of those strategic sites. But we did look at lower growth in Telford, which doesn't include those. So again, I'd just repeat that we have looked at these things inherently in those options within Appendix B.
And inspectors just think it's potentially worth as well just bearing in mind the sustainable communities account for approximately 30% of the housing. So actually, when you look at how much housing is going to Telford as a block, the rest of that housing is distributed throughout Telford. So it's not a case that there's just all of the housing going on the edge of Telford. Whilst there's a significant number going there is housing distributed throughout Telford.
Forgive me, one more point on that. I think that would be a good point if 60% of the housing hadn't already come forward. What we're looking at is the council's proposed strategy, what it plans to do with what is left still to be planned, and the vast majority of that is going to the SUEs to the north of Telford.
Thank you. We have moved around over the questions, I think. But is there anything? Is there anything? I mean, I've got your written submissions, and I've taken all the notes, everything that you've said from Boningdale. But is there anything else that you wish to bring to my attention in relation to the IAA before we draw this to a close?
Thank you, sir. Just the only issue to flag, and I don't think I need to trouble you with oral submissions because I've addressed it in the duty to cooperate issue, and it's also in our written paper, but it's the issue of the IAA failing to assess the unmet need as a component of the overall requirement. And we say that's a further, the lack of any assessment really of that is a failure of this process.
That's not in the IAA.
It is not.
Okay. So I'm going to give the council a chance to just make a final point, but before you do that, have you got response to the point about the unmet need that it is said is not dealt with by the IAA?
Well, the IIA assesses 3 different growth scenarios and includes within the assessment the level of provision that we're proposing, which includes the contribution towards unmet need. So the different growth scenarios, which therefore include going to unmet need, is assessed.
The unmet need is within the growth for which different options have been considered.
Not quite. I think that the point is more complex than that, because when this was being assessed, well, first of all, the final IAA assesses 1,010. That might not be such a big problem, but that's only assessed as Telford and Wrekin need, as it says, based on rebased housing projections. What it doesn't do is assess the need from the Black Country. And fundamentally, how is that to be met and where should that be met? And again, this is the Shropshire example, that if you're going to provide housing to meet the needs from a neighbouring authority, a logical thing to do would be to look to put that need closest to the source. And what we end up with is the strategy that focuses development furthest away from the part of Telford that's closest to the West Midlands where that need would be arising. So I would have anticipated that sort of issue would be picked up in the IAA and addressed alongside the need to increase the Telford and Wrekin requirement to accommodate the Black Country. But that goes back to the points I made earlier.
Is development to the north closer to the Black Country than development to the south?
No, development to the south would be.
Of Telford?
Yeah, well, south east, closest to the M54 would be the close point, or indeed you would have. I mean, it's not just the M54, which is the route through. One could go sort of along the Bridge North Road. I don't know what the name of that is into Wolverhampton that way.
How important is that compared to where growth could be sustainably located, which may not necessarily be the closest to where that might arise?
Yeah, I mean, the overall sustainability of the location is, of course, the primary point. I would agree.
Thank you. Mr. Humphries, please respond to that point and pick up anything else that you wish to say.
On to, sir, is the point about proximity to the Black Country. I don't think we would accept the characterisation that the north is closer. We would say that the position is more, well, I'll let Gavin answer the point.
Less close, you mean?
I think it's a bit immaterial. The M54 goes through the middle of Telford. The road network is really good in terms of the primary route network around Telford. So wherever you're placing development in terms of sustainability, you are in probably about 5 to 10 minutes of the M54. And also north of the M54, you've got Wellington Oaken Gates and Telford railway stations as well. So that's the primary route corridor, and it cuts through the middle of the town. So I don't accept the argument at all that if you place development in South Telford that's any more closer to the Black Country than it would be in North Telford. It's a pretty immaterial fact, I think. It's closer either way.
I presume the history of Telford as a new town would mean that places such as Wellington has taken quite a lot of Black Country need in the past, but is further west.
Yes, and again, this is always a difficult topic in this sort of setting because you can't control where an individual is going to live, and for the reasons just outlined by Gavin, you know, sustainably, that's the position in terms of location. We'll get into, I'm sure, when we get to the dedicated housing session, things like out commuting rates and that sort of thing, which give us a flavour of the sort of levels of, you know, journeys between the two areas. But for this point in time, for the purposes of the SA, we're content we've assessed everything that we need to.
I don't have any more questions in relation to the SA. You content, council content with, you've given me information that all the information I need. You don't wish to add anything else?
No, so we're content. Just obviously, I think what we've gone over all of the questions there on this topic really in relation to the SA, rather than looking at it through the lens of any particular question. But the ultimate point is, for the reasons I explained, the SA does what it needs to do. It has informed the process. It's not the only document that's done that, but it has informed that. It's considered reasonable alternatives, and appropriate planning judgments have been made in relation to it.
Thank you. Just finally, before we break, on this, I think we can wrap up this matter. Issue 3, in relation to HRA, I don't have any questions. You've answered our questions. We don't have any further questions in relation to that, unless there's anything else that you wish to bring to our attention.
No, sir. There's nothing we would proactively add at this stage. It wasn't a topic that had attracted, I don't think, any comment in response to the MIQs. We've got the relevant people from ACOM here, but if you're satisfied, we wouldn't propose to add anything.
Have any further questions? Thank you. So it's now 7 minutes past 1, and I propose that we take an hour for lunch. Is that acceptable? So thank you very much for helping us to stick to programme. So we return at 2:10.
Yes, so we're actually ahead of programme.
We are ahead of programme, yes. Yeah. Thank you. We're going to move on to matter 2 now. And we're going to look at the vision, priorities and the development strategy. In that order, like any good plan. We have touched on some of this morning in relation to the sustainability appraisal, the IIA. But we're going to have a look now at how that relates to how the strategy has been developed, how the vision has been set, how the priorities for the plan have been set, and then how the development strategy has been set and informed by the evidence. So we'll start with our question 19, which is about appropriate vision. Has an appropriate vision for the borough been set? Has that vision been based on the evidence? So I'm going to Mr. Humphreys, if you could just, or someone from the council could just briefly introduce that particular aspect and just explain to us how the council set the vision and why it set that vision that it has.
Yes, I'll ask Mr Ashford to deal with this point.
Yeah, thank you, sir. In terms of setting the vision, we obviously kind of looked very early on into the issues and options papers about various parts of the plan to be explored and to be looked at. In the draft plan, we set out a clear vision for consultation that set out the vision for the borough, also the priorities that underpin that vision. And we've carried that through consultation, and then we've carried that through to the Regulation 19 version. And the vision really is about protecting and caring and investing in the borough. And I think the priorities flow from that in terms of the different areas we're looking at, such as protecting green spaces, which was a really key part of the council's objectives from the start in terms of looking at the borough and how we develop that. Climate change, that's obviously a very topical and pertinent thing to be looking at as part of the local plan process. How we secure inward investment into the borough, and part of that is obviously looking at land supply, looking at how we deliver new jobs and new job opportunities, providing better homes for all. So the council are very clear about the kind of mandate to look at the quality of housing as well as the quantity of housing. Regeneration and renewal, that's a really key part of the council's ambitions overall for the borough in terms of especially the new town estates in South Telford where a lot of the developments happened to date. And then obviously health and well-being of the population. So making sure that sustainability, opportunities for walking, cycling and those types of activities are included within the kind of planning framework.
And how does this differ from vision in the adopted plan?
Thank you, sir. I think it's broadly consistent with the adopted plan in terms of the vision for protecting, caring, investing in the borough, and that flows from the council's corporate priorities. But we've obviously consulted on that from a planning perspective throughout the consultation processes we've undertaken at issues and options, draft plan stage, and then Regulation 19.
How has it evolved during the process? We've talked this morning about evolution of the strategy, but how has the vision evolved during the process?
I think I would say that the vision and the priorities for the plan have been broadly supported all the way along the process we've undertaken. So there hasn't been any kind of fundamental changes to that as we've kind of developed it. So broadly speaking, it's been consistent, but that's been underpinned by a lot of the consultation we've undertaken, the remarks and comments we've had from the public as well as stakeholders that we've worked with.
Thank you. There's reference to, and we've raised a question about the forest community definition, and others have too. So you've provided a response to that, but you've also suggested some definition to go into the glossary. Do you just want to tell us about that?
Yeah, so the Telford, when it was first developed, it was a landscape in the community. Telford Development Corporation took a really clear approach to how they did that and how that looked. And it's been the defining feature of Telford as we've moved through different stages and different plans of development. And now the council taking on that as well. And what we've tried to do with that is put that as one of the kind of key principles of the plan and one of the priorities of the plan in maintaining that kind of forest community approach. Really, it's about Telford being a town set in the landscape, which is defined by extensive tree planting. And this approach is going to be maintained across new areas of development, meeting a strong emphasis on the retention and provision of green infrastructure. So it'll add to those things. It'll help with biodiversity and ecology as we move forward as well. And it helps to kind of create that kind of vibrant community. And it's that place making for Telford, really. And that's the kind of forest community approach that we'd like to roll forward. So it's been there from 1963, 68, all the way to now.
And you referred to, in the suggested definition, and you've just referred to it just now, about Telford setting an area of extensive tree planting. Does that, but the vision relates to, the forest community relates to Telford and Wrekin, doesn't it, the whole borough? So does the definition of Telford set in an area of extensive tree planting, is that an appropriate reference to the whole of the borough, or is it just really to Telford as a town?
I'd say in detail it's a definition for Telford, but I think more broadly speaking, the council and the plan are trying to protect green infrastructure across the whole of the borough. So for example, in Newport, within the last local plan, we adopted defined areas of green network. So we spread the green network from Telford up to Newport within that plan. So broadly speaking, I'd say it's across the whole borough, but in particular, the reference is, historically has always been to Telford as being the forest community.
Would residents of Newport, for example, recognise that they are within a forest community?
I think they recognise the protection of green and natural space within Newport, within the local nature reserves in the area, and also parks and areas of recreation. So I think the broader definition for that as a forest community for the borough would be okay. But I'll go back to my earlier point about obviously the genesis of it came from Telford.
Thank you. And just the way that the vision is set out, the first, it's a series of bullet points, isn't it? 6 bullet points. And the first bullet point says by 2040, but that Telford and Wrekin will be a forest community. But that by 2040, does that apply to all of those other bullet points? So by 2040 applies to them all, not just the one about forest community. Well, it won't be 2040, I mean, you're suggesting it's 2041, but does that, by the end of the plan period reference, does that apply to all 6, or does it apply just to the first one?
Yes, I'd say that's probably a useful way to put it in terms of by 2040 we'll achieve all those elements of the plan.
So that will be a modification in terms of the way that vision is set out, is that?
Well, I'm just looking at the precise wording of the various elements of the vision, sir. So, for example, bullet point 4 is new development contributes to the health and well-being of residents and will provide a mix of homes that meets the changing needs of our population. Well, the new development will be happening throughout the plan period, and so that will be an ongoing activity. So I'm not sure that linguistically that would be a by 2040 point. I think it's more nuanced because that's a continuing activity.
But it will apply to some, presumably, because presumably the second bullet point is also by the end of the plan period, it will be a borough that is adapted to. Is it?
Yes, I think it's fair to say that some of them are where we'll get to, and some are more how we'll be sort of getting there constantly. Yeah. But we can add that to our list of things to look at and see which ones would benefit from a slight tweaking of the language.
Yeah, it's not fundamental change of wording. It's just the way it's set out so that the vision is clear. Because the fourth and fifth bullet points are linked in that new development contributes to the health and well-being of residents and provide a mix of home that meets the changing needs of the population, and inward investment. I think it perhaps needs just to be so that it's clear and it flows.
Yeah, we can have a look at the language of those, sir, and endeavour to add clarity to each of them.
I think that's 3 action points today. I'm not sure.
Well, those on the naughty step are keeping track of them, I'm told, so we can review at the end of the day.
So for those who, I know there are a number of people around the table who've raised issues about the definition of forest community. Does anybody wish to make any points?
I think it would be helpful if what the officer said was actually written in the plan, because it's what does this mean for planning applications if it is a forest community, and if what you're saying is applicants need to think about green infrastructure first, it should say that, because that's the point of it. The vision leads to information for applicants. So at the moment, I think forest community could be perceived as being resistant to development, but if what you're saying is it's pro-development with lots of trees, that's where the misunderstanding could be, particularly when it comes to applications and people resisting new development. There's a lot of misunderstanding about terminology. So if what you mean is it's a pro-growth agenda with lots of green, that's very different from being a forest community that's all forest and no housing.
Is the word forest community, and it's capital F, capital C, is that something, is that outside of the plan? Is that like a corporate priority for the council? Is it a term that the council or partners are using to help shape the future of the borough?
Yeah, I think more broadly, it's a term that we use and describe Telford as, in terms of how we, pitch Telford to various groups and activities that we do. So I think corporately, yes, that is supported, yeah.
Sorry, I can't read your nameplate. Oh, Mr. Pearce, thank you.
Thank you, sir. John Pearce from Harris Lamb on behalf of David Wilson Homes. I think David Wilson Homes is sort of generally supportive of the intention to provide trees and hedge and sort of greenery within new development. I think the suggested wording and the clarification that the council are proposing addresses our concern with it. I think we did ask for clarity within our sort of submissions, and the suggested wording, I think, would address our concerns on that point.
Wording that's been suggested just now that the council officers used, for example, is that?
In the hearing statement?
In your hearing
Council's
statement?
Hearing statement.
Okay. Mr. Bathurst.
Thank you. We seem to have jumped on, because I just want to make an observation about point 19, as does it set out appropriate vision for the borough. I'm here as a private citizen, but have been involved with the Telford Borough going back to Dawley Newtown through Telford Development Corporation to the Unitary Authority. So we've habited in the region all that period of time and seen many changes coming through. And I think when it says it's appropriate vision for the borough, we don't believe that's correct. You mentioned that you are protecting green spaces, but you're just taking out huge chunks of fertile agricultural land. You're not paying any attention to the smaller communities in the borough who are turning into retirement villages and forcing young families to move out. And so in our opinion, that is not to the benefit of the borough. And the borough needs to take into account the smaller communities, Little Wenlock, Charlton, Rockwoodine, not focus on Newport and up to Magna and take out all this agricultural land going up North Lane. That's not appropriate in our opinion. There are other ways that you can create housing in the borough. So that's point one. And forest community, there is only one forest in Telford, and that's the Wrekin. There isn't another forest here. So I don't know what you could call a forest community. I mean, unless you're going to plant a lot of trees everywhere, but I don't think that's going to happen. So I think a forest community is a very misleading statement. Thank you.
So, Ms. Bastos, how do you think the vision should change?
I think the vision is too focused on these ultra-large developments and not focused enough on looking at the borough as a whole and identifying where housing in particular needs to be focused and how you can regenerate areas of the borough that have been left behind.
What key elements of the vision would you take out or add in?
I think it just needs to be a review of why so much agricultural land is being taken out when the focus is on maintaining green spaces. And then there's also another focus here, which is regeneration renewal. Well, to me, that's not regeneration renewal if you're just going to take out sustainable farming land in huge chunks and quantities in areas where you've also got to provide the services. And you're denigrating the smaller communities in the borough, of which there are many that need assistance to be sustainable and to grow and survive and to retain their independence.
Thank you. The council wish to respond?
So it strikes us that that's not actually a complaint about the vision itself. It's about how that vision is being achieved. And obviously there's a distinction within the plan between the vision and then the policies contained within the plan, and the policies are what set out how you achieve the plan, achieve the vision, and we're comfortable with the vision as it's set out there.
Can I just, we've just, a number of people have referenced forest community. Just my final question on this definition of forest community. And I was going to ask the council about the reference to Telford being a forest community. How does that influence or shape the sustainable communities to the north of Telford? Is that relevant to that? And because that's a major part of the strategy, how is it relevant? How would it flow through the plan to shape those urban extensions?
Yeah, in terms of how it flows through the plan, obviously the plan's read as a whole, so you've got development management policies as well as the strategic policies for the plan. And I think part of our rationale behind it is that the sites that extend the urban boundary to the north of Telford would fit the pattern of that forest community approach and the green network, the green infrastructure as we move forward. So they recognise their significant areas of development, but they're also going to bring forward significant areas of green space, accessible green space for members of the public, areas of biodiversity, areas of ecology, areas of recreation and play that the public can use and enjoy, and also space for planting of trees. So it's effectively rolling that kind of approach of Telford out to those areas.
Sorry, is that, did you stop me, Mr. Ashford, because of the noise, or have you finished?
No, I'd finished.
Okay. So for example, if it's a fundamental part of the vision, and it's the number one in terms, I'm not saying these are ranked, but it's the first one, isn't it? But then you look at the vision for the sustainable communities, and whilst there's reference to must provide extensions to the borough's existing green network, for example, the vision for those sustainable communities is not communities set within a forest community or extensive tree planting areas. And I just wonder whether you would normally expect there to be that vision for the borough carried forward into the growth development areas within the plan, and then the policies for those.
Well, so there are obviously other policies beyond just the allocations policies which govern the development of any allocated site, be it the sustainable communities or any other site. So in this regard, for example, policy NE2 is quite important, which is the trees, hedgerows and woodland policy. And that's quite a detailed policy in terms of what will be expected from development with regards to trees, hedgerows and woodlands. That is a mechanism by which the notion of a forest community can be delivered through policy and decision making.
I suppose, having not seen that kind of definition of forest community high up in the vision elsewhere, but I have seen the normal type of, there shall be tree planting policies. It just seems that I just wonder whether the vision that is set out is actually followed through in specific requirements within the rest of the plan that actually will shape, that will help deliver the vision.
Yes, so again, just by way of illustration, sticking with policy NE2, one of the requirements is incorporate trees as an integral part of scheme design, including using ward-level canopy data and woodland opportunity mapping provided by the council to inform the level and type of tree planting proposed, which that is quite a very specific and detailed requirement in relation to trees beyond that, which are, in my experience, you would normally expect to see. Similarly, within the same policy, there's a requirement for the council to secure off-site planting by condition and planning obligation in relation to planting. And so there are those specific requirements which would allow you to create and fulfil the forest canopy, forest community vision.
I suppose my point is, would they be, is there sufficient in the policies to deliver by 2041 a forest community? Are the policies, the allocations and the development management part? We will come to look at these, of course, and move back to the priorities and vision. But my question is, are they sufficiently clear or demanding of being able to help Telford be a forest community?
If we look at the Sustainable Communities Policy, so policy HO2, and if we look, just because it's the first one within the policy, SC1, Land at Bratton, and one of the requirements under the delivery section of the policy, there's a passage that starts, the site must provide the following details to allow for an efficient and comprehensive delivery of the site. Various bullet points, one of which is a comprehensive green infrastructure strategy incorporating the council's vision for a forest community. So, and then details bullet points which you need to do to help achieve that. So, as well as there being the development management policies in relation to the sustainable communities, there is express reference in the policy to the creation of a forest community, which you've obviously then now got defined with the main modification that we've proposed.
I think, taking the point that's been raised before, I think by HBF, I mean, it may be that the reference to the forest community, the glossary, might sit below the vision somewhere, so that it's just more upfront rather than being in the glossary. We could come at some point to look at the wording of that, but that might be a way of articulating a little bit more about the importance of the creation of a forest community and actually how that might work, how that might be created.
The point I was going to make about the detail of the policy, HO2s, it would be made by my other friend, Mr. Humphrey. Thank you, sir.
So, any more questions on the vision? Has anybody got any points they wish to make on the vision? Hanneman?
Thank you. I just note that it doesn't talk about meeting the unmet needs of a neighbouring authority, even though that's quite a fundamental part of the plan. So I wonder if it should say that and what implications that has and how that impacts the strategy, because when you come to applications, it may be that the neighbouring authority whose need is being met is going to ask for nomination rights for the affordable housing and things like that. So it's quite important in terms of applications and people objecting to them for spurious or inappropriate reasons, in our view, about people moving into the area being terrible, which is generally how it's phrased, that it should be clear that you are fine if someone from Wolverhampton is moving to Telford because you're meeting their unmet needs from Wolverhampton. So it's just flagging that up. That doesn't seem to be very explicit in the plan, and it probably needs to be, because when you come to planning applications, that's entirely the point, that if you're meeting unmet needs, people might be moving into Telford, and it's not just meeting its own organic, locally generated needs. So I think that element of the strategy in accepting the unmet needs of somewhere else needs to be more adequately expressed to avoid these tensions later on through the planning application process.
Do you think the vision should include reference to meeting needs of neighbouring authorities?
Well, that is what they've accepted they're going to do. So it does inform the whole approach of the plan, that you're meeting more housing than is locally generated need because you are meeting those wider needs. So somehow that needs to be reflected in the vision or the objectives or the strategy, because it's such a fundamental plank of this plan that you have accepted that you're going to meet some unmet needs, and therefore that should filter through into your allocations, it should filter through into your planning applications, it should filter through into your nomination agreements for affordable housing. It should be part of the fundamental basis, because if this plan wasn't meeting the unmet needs of somewhere else, it might look different, or it should look different. So that I don't quite know how or where you pick it up, but it seems quite a fundamental point that comes through in other strategy policies. And we don't comment on allocations, but the idea of it is that you're meeting some unmet need, and therefore at planning application stage, some people may be moving into the area. And that's where we find problems with people saying, oh, the policy is all about locally generated need, when it's not. And if someone with an affordable housing need from Wolverhampton moves into a council affordable registered provider house in Telford, that's perfectly fine. And yet people often don't understand that. So it's just making that clearer somehow through the vision and the objectives, that that is part of the housing strategy, because it's not like that in many other plans.
Back, Mr. Humphreys, I just want to pick up Mr. Pearce's point.
Thank you, sir. Just a quick one. It was just to ensure the vision aligned with the plan period. I know the council have proposed to sort of change the plan period, so it's just following that through into the wording of the vision in the final version of the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Humphreys.
Yes, sir. We wouldn't consider that the point made by the Home Builders Federation is a vision point, and policy strategic S4 sets out in term that we are making a contribution to the Black Country needs and what that contribution is. So we're content that it is in clear terms in the plan and is in policy. But we don't think that that needs to be elevated to visionary status. And in relation to the 2040 point, classically that's going to be something that does need a sort of sweep through the entire plan in due course, just to do any minor amendments in that regard.
Can I turn back to the council now? If we move off the vision, and then can you just tell us how how you've got to the 6 priorities, why you've selected those 6 priorities and how they relate to the vision that we've just discussed. I mean, I can see figure 4 in the plan, which is helpful, but perhaps you could just take us through that briefly.
Yeah, thank you, sir. The 6 priorities are really born out of kind of the council's corporate vision for the borough as well, and they're key fundamental aspects of good planning that you'd see in a local plan. So you're talking about the protection of green spaces due to climate change, inward investment and job creation. Planning has a really key role in that. Also, better homes for all, so the aspect of improving the quality of housing, meeting the different housing needs of the borough and the population, and also the regeneration and renewal point. So you need a positive policy framework for looking at regeneration schemes and opportunities that arise there. And just in terms of health and well-being, how planning can help improve the health and well-being and the public health of the population. So they're kind of fundamental parts of good planning, really, that we've tried to reflect in those priorities.
Is there any importance to be attached to the priorities, the order of the priorities? Is priority 1 more important than priority 6, for example?
No, I think broadly speaking, they are on a broad level the same priority. It's just we've named them priority 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for ease of reading of the plan.
So, as an example, forest community was the first bullet point in the vision, but is second priority. Is there any logic in the way that those priorities I mean, they're articulated differently, so I know they're not comparing the exact same wording in the vision as you are to the priorities, but is there any it's just a question really as to whether there's any specific reasoning for that order of the priorities.
No real specific reasoning, but I think in terms of the order, if we need to tweak that at all, we can deal with that.
Referred to the council's corporate priorities. Are they relate to these 6?
Broadly speaking,
and are they in order in this kind of order as well?
Broadly speaking, they do relate to the 6. I'd have to come back to you in terms of the order of those priorities.
There is, I'll ask Ms Carpenter to just come in relation to references to the policies, because I think you've recognised that some policies need to be added, but I think there might be some other policies that have not been suggested but perhaps need to be added to them as well. Yes, please. Yes.
Thank you. So just, sticking with the priorities, obviously the way it's set out, clearly there's a, presumably in order to help with clarity and flow in the plan, there's a linking of both strategic and development management policies to each of the priorities. It struck us that, I think this has been raised by some people, but it also struck us that there were a few sort of fairly obvious candidates that possibly have been missed from some of those lists. So, for example, at 311, I mean, I suppose my question to you is that the full list of all the policies in the plan that would help to achieve that priority, in particular, for example, S3, and then the EC development management policies, for example? Is there a logic in having those listed there as well to assist with clarity and therefore effectiveness?
Yeah, they are key policies that are attributed to those, attached to those priorities.
I guess my point is that they're not all listed. So, so at 311, under priority 5, you've got listed S6, H09, H10, which clearly are policies that would help to achieve aspects of what's described there in that priority. I suppose my question is, are there other policies which, as it happens, aren't listed under any of the other priorities that should also be listed there for completeness and therefore clarity and therefore effectiveness? Do you see my point? So, for example, S3, EC5 to EC11.
There may well be, and we're open to doing a check in that regard.
I think that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Another obvious candidate, just to point you in the right direction, is for priority 6, EC7 is a DM policy that appears to directly address an aspect of the bullets that are listed under that priority. So I think, yes, the action would be if you could just sort of do a check to make sure that they're all fully listed. But actually, just a couple of other points. There are, I mean, just sort of with an eye on your list of suggested possible modifications that you proposed at the time that you submitted the plan, we noticed that there are 2 or 3 that relate to this section. Could you just briefly talk us through those and the rationale for those? So the reference numbers, I mean, obviously some of them relate to housing numbers, which we probably don't need to dwell on, because as has been mentioned, that will need to be picked up in a final trawl wherever those numbers end up. But for example, MOD 005 through to 008, I think are suggested amendments, aren't they, to this section of the plan? So it would just be helpful just to understand the thinking behind those.
Yeah, I think in terms of the modifications in the priorities section, it was really picking up on the comments we'd had at Regulation 19 about elements that we needed to include to make it more effective and to improve the plan. So references to things like the playing pitch and outdoor recreation strategy. So we put that in, I think, at the request of Sport England. And there was a request around references to Parsons and Venning Barracks in terms of its opportunity around brownfield land regeneration. Yeah.
Okay, so along similar lines, and just sticking with priority 5, which is around regeneration, renewal and stronger communities, and the suggestion there to insert a reference to opportunities associated with the generation of brownfield land. Just reflecting back on the point that Mr. Bathurst made about rural communities and also thinking about some of the DM policies that address some of those aspects. Is the point being made there something that could equally be reflected in that priority?
I think in terms of that point, when we've looked at rural communities, we've done our rural services technical paper, which on the team can give the reference for, and that looked at the different services and the relative sustainability of those locations. But when you were looking at an area like Rockwoodine, for example, the level of services and facilities in the village were quite small. Now, in terms of other policies in the plan, we've got, and we'll go into that in terms of Matter 6, Issue 1, but you've also got housing policies that would allow for things like rural affordable exception sites. So there are opportunities to look at those areas, but it's the exception rather than the rule, if you see what I mean.
I suppose to what extent, or what within the spatial strategy that's been discussed and that's expressed, and that's also reflected in some of these priorities, how do the rural settlements fit into that? Is that clear from that expression of the vision, spatial strategy, priorities, and so on?
Yeah, so if you're reading it as a whole, the rural area is contained within that in terms of its approach. Oh, sorry.
there's obviously a fault, isn't there? I guess we just assume that's okay. Yes, still on. So yes, it was just to ask you to clarify. So understood, of course, obviously the plan is read as a whole, but staying with the theme of ultimately for clarity and therefore effectiveness for the full spatial approach and spatial strategy to be expressed throughout, from vision through to policies, as well as making sure that the relevant policies are linked to the priorities, so it's clear. It's just really understanding from you to what extent, how does the council's strategy for the rural settlements fit into the bigger picture, and does that need to be expressed in this part of the plan?
Yeah, I think, as I said, I think as it's read as a whole, we feel it's clear, but we'd be happy to look at whether we need to explicitly reference the rural area and rural services in that part of the plan. That's helpful.
I think that would be helpful. Yeah. Thank you.
New priority?
No, my thinking was within priority 5, but obviously for the council to have a think about where that might go. Yeah. I guess that would be linked to the task of thinking about whether all of the relevant other policies are listed there, and probably the process of doing that might actually reveal that there's a need maybe just to add a bullet or something like that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody wish to make any of the points or raise any points on the priorities in the plan? Smith.
Thank you, Fair. As a member of the public, I do worry about 2 or 3 things. One, when you build housing estates, they become giant car parks. 2, when you build houses, they are terrace detached, 2 or 3 feet from each other, no garden, sharing a garage. It worries me what Telford will look like in 10 years' time. And where I live in Shorebirch, Gladeway will become gridlocked. It will become like the M6. And I'm very concerned as to what Telford will look like in 10 years' time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Did you, Councillor, wish to respond to that? I'm not sure it's maybe relevant to design policy.
Yeah, I was going to say, so that comes down ultimately to design, but just to give reassurance that it fits within the scope of the plan. Priority number 4 is securing better homes for all, and so part of that, it recognises the importance of design and the mix of homes, accessibility standards, those type of issues. So we think that is acknowledged within the priorities, but ultimately comes down to the detailed design policies of the plan.
Okay, thank you. So, we've moved from vision to priorities and now onto the development strategy, which we did have a discussion on this morning in relation to the SA. But I turn to the Council again, really, about how the development strategy then has been arrived at, from the vision to the priorities, having regard to the SA and other evidence. How have you got to the development strategy?
Been passed a note to let us know that somebody's investigating the fire alarm and they've sent for an engineer, so hopefully somebody's going to turn up who knows how these sort of things work and figure out what's going on.
Yeah, just in terms of how we've got into the vision to the strategy and how that's taken forward in the plan, I think I'd point back to the obviously the conversation we had earlier around the SA process that we undertook. Also, there are other parts of other documents and other bits of evidence that have helped us form that vision, helped us form that strategy, sorry, and that's been informed all the way through from issues and options through the draft plan stage through to the Regulation 19 stage. So we've used that information to help and engagement with stakeholders and other public bodies to help us kind of look at the strategy and how we bring that forward in the most effective fashion. Will, did you want to pick up some of the other points?
Yeah, so we would point to some of the key documents would be EH01, which is the Economic Development Needs Assessment. We would probably point to EH06, which is the Newport Employment Land Needs Study. That's obviously helped to inform our employment needs throughout the borough. Similarly, document EH02, so the Rural Settlements Technical Paper, has informed sort of our approach broadly to the rural settlements within the plan. And also document NC06, which is, let me find it, is the Telford and Wrekin Landscape and Visual Sensitivity Assessment. So again, documents like that have been used to inform things as broadly as site selection and as more focused in on things like our historic and natural environment policies throughout the plan.
So does the, thank you, the development strategy is set out in section 4 of the plan, and then that is, and what flows from development strategy are the strategic policies, which we'll be looking at later in the hearings. So the development strategy then, is that on page, is it on page 25 or 26? Is that the development strategy? And the strategic policies are then flow from the development strategy rather than being the development strategy?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
The development strategy then is about the role of Telford, Newport and the rural areas, the amount of development, the proportion of development and the priorities within those three areas.
Yes, correct, yeah.
So there are a number of questions, there are a number of points raised from respondents in relation to development strategy. Does anybody wish to join a discussion about the development strategy? I don't want to repeat things we discussed this morning, but there is there's a slight difference now. From this morning, we were looking at how the SA informed the development strategy, how the SA was prepared and used to look at reasonable options and alternatives, and how we kind of touched on how then the development strategy related to that. But now we're looking at how the development strategy has been created, whether it's appropriate, how it's been informed by the essay and other evidence. Ms Osman-Smith.
So thank you very much, and I won't repeat what I've said this morning, and you have our hearing statement, so I don't need to run over that. But what we say essentially on this matter is that there are challenges for rural communities and settlements that are acknowledged in paper EH, I think it was EH02, that the council referred to just moments ago. And in our submission, the plan doesn't assist with meeting those challenges which have been identified, which is lack of services and facilities, ageing populations, lack of affordable housing for younger residents of those communities. And there's no meaningful strategy for growth in the local plan to meet that. As we set out in our representations, if you have those close to hand, at 215, paragraph 215, and figure 2 on page 8. So just going back to the IAA, and what I'll do is I'll cover all the questions that come up under matter 2 in one submission, so I don't have to keep popping up and making points again. But the IAA indicates that growth scenario 2.4, which is rural and Newport, performs as well or better than the preferred strategy, which is strategy 2.1. And the strategy that's been chosen, in terms of numbers that the IAA is based on, and I accept that they are indicative because there has been some movement in the overall requirement, but what that was assessed on was growth in the rural areas over the plan period of 385 dwellings, approximately 20 dwellings per annum. So very, very restricted growth in those areas, and what we say is that's no strategy for the rural areas at all. They have been left out of account, and that's probably why they don't appear as part of the priorities in the plan. But looking at CDO6, the IAA, when we, and we've extracted the table there, what we say, as I've mentioned, is 2.4 performs well or as well or better than the preferred strategy, and that requires some explaining, and that does happen in the IAA. If we look at page 127, and I think this was the where the council went earlier to Appendix B, which sets out all of those indicators and then assesses the different strategies against those. And I just pick out a few there, but again ask you to have regard to 2.1 versus 2.4 as you go through that. And see where that all comes out, because in some real, and bearing in mind that we're dealing essentially with a strategy from our perspective for the purpose of our discussion now dealing with housing, it is the rural strategy, or at least having a strategy for the rural area that performs better than the preferred strategy adopted by the council. And that's borne out through Appendix B when you look at there, and it's summarised in the visual that we've included within our representations that is also within the IAA. And that is reaffirmed when we go to page 223 to 224 of the PDF, which is pages 220 is the figure extracted in our hearing reps, and page 221 of the document itself, 224 of the PDF, is the summary of options appraisals. And when that comes to growth scenario 2, reading the summary there, one reads that the effects on landscape are potentially higher for option 2.1, as there could be cumulative pressure on more sensitive locations around Telford. That's the cumulative point that I made earlier. And when you read it overleaf, option 2.4, which spreads growth across a wider range of settlements, could potentially have greater benefits in relation to housing, economy and transportation. So when you're looking at a strategy to do with housing and you have an option that performs better, we say that is of course the option that should be selected. And finally, on page 225 of the PDF, 222, under the observations and recommendations, It said that given each of the options involves substantial growth in Telford, it will be important to understand how growth can be distributed around the urban periphery in the optimal way to avoid negative effects while taking advantage of opportunities. The north of the urban area contains area of Grade 2 agricultural land, which I think the gentleman made that point earlier, and that's obvious from the plan. The best quality agricultural land is to the north. Air quality and landscape, focusing a large amount of growth in this location could therefore lead to major negative effects on these factors. Having said that, there are some benefits to growth in this location, tackling deprivation, biodiversity enhancement opportunities, so an optimum balance of new development ought to be explored and contrasted with growth in other locations. And what we don't get is a balance. This is not a balanced plan.
Mr. Chung.
Yes, sir, thank you. Satnam Chung for the Wappenshaw Consortium, which is SC3. So we've made representations in respect to question 25, but all of these kind of questions tend to bleed into each other, so I hope you don't mind making my points a bit like my learned friend in one go, if I may. So my focus really was on question 25, but when it comes back to question 21 and 22 and 23, alternatives, etc., there's a lot of criticism this morning about the concentration, it was said, in North Telford. So just starting with question 25 in particular, that's where my focus was, but I'll just start with it, if I may, because I'll come back to the questions that we're on currently, because they all form part of a parcel. So as far as the role of Telford is concerned, is the development strategy sufficiently clear about the respective roles of Telford, Newport and the rural area? Well, yes, I mean, the plan is very clear about the role of Telford. It's going to be the focus for growth. When we look at some of the representations we've had, which under this question, which criticise that, the question isn't about whether it should have a different role, whether Telford should have a different role. It's asking whether the development strategy is sufficiently clear about what the roles are. And the answer to that is yes. The role of Telford is where the focus of growth is going to be, and the respective roles of Newport and the rural areas flow from that, and the plan makes it clear that they will continue to grow at a level which is considered appropriate, having regard to sustainability widely conceived. My learned friend for Boningale has taken you to certain parts of the integrated impact assessment, but it's important, I'm sure she'll agree, it's important that we don't cherry pick from that. There's a lot of information in there, and you've got to look at all sustainability matters, not, for example, just focus on, say, for example, agricultural land. So the strategy is very clear what the roles of Newport and the rural areas are, and indeed why. There's obviously some criticism that Newport and the rural areas should get more development, etc. But the plan makes it quite clear why that option was discounted. And we see that, in, for example, in 5.6.11 of the integrated impact assessment. There's a lack of community facilities, lack of public transport, and there's no evidence that you could deliver growth in those areas at a scale that would be required to fund the necessary infrastructure. So those were the points that I wanted to make, sir. But in terms of some of the other questions about the SA, etc., I know we're going over some of the matters that were discussed this morning, but I think there is an overlap, and it relates to the criticism about the concentration in the sustainable communities. There was a suggestion this morning that there was a north of Telford strategy. There is no north of Telford strategy. There's no north of Telford strategy assessed in the integrated impact assessment. The strategy that's assessed is the strategy of concentrating development in Telford. And that strategy is provided and tested. The sites which are to the south of Telford have been eliminated, not because they don't accord with some north of Telford strategy. As I say, there is no north of Telford strategy. They've been discounted on their own merits when they've been assessed against the SA. And to the extent that the suggestion is there should have been a south of Newport strategy, Well, the plan makes clear, and the integrated impact assessment makes clear, that there's insufficient land, unconstrained land to the south of Telford to meet the development needs. And my learned friend appears to accept that, because she says that what should have been tested is a mix of the north of Telford and the south of Telford. Well, that's precisely what the plan does. It has a Telford, one of the strategies, the preferred strategies to focus growth in Telford, and once Telford is identified as the focus for growth, the sites are then appraised against all of the sustainability appraisal criteria, and those sites that perform well against that were selected, and those which didn't perform well were not selected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Humphries.
Thank you, sir. Just briefly, if I may, just within the IIA, so CD 06, if we look at the growth scenario 2, and so within each growth scenario, there's 4 options considered, which is the different splits between Telford, Newport, and the rural areas. Option 2.1, which is the maintain current strategy, PDF 126 of the IA identifies minor negative effects. Rural growth is identified as minor negative effects. Newport growth is identified as moderate negative effects. Rural and Newport growth is identified as minor negative effects. And so, just simple point, inspectors, different strategies have a different combination of beneficial and harmful effects from a sustainability perspective. And in terms of an increased role for the rural areas, wouldn't accept that the output of the SA is that would be less harmful or carry more benefits than the option that we've gone with. But in any event, it isn't the SA that determines the outcome of the process, because you have to have regard to all of the other relevant evidence base and documents as well. And just in terms of what role the rural settlements play, I'm always wary of, you can choose a different style of number or percentage or whatever to represent different points. If you look at the plan itself, you have at table 1, which is on PDF 20, paragraph 3.14, the current population split of the borough, which gives you 7% for the rural area. And by our maths, the amount of housing that is going to the rural area is about 7% of the total housing proposed. And so the rural areas are playing a role that is entirely proportionate to their role or their current size and status in the council's area. And such an approach is a completely reasonable exercise of planning judgment. I don't think there's any other issues that we need to come back on this topic.
Ms. Osman-Smith.
Sir, thank you. Just flagging for your reference, paragraph 2.7 in our hearing statement on question 22, and the idea that there isn't a North of Telford strategy. What we say there at paragraph 2.7, significant reliance on a series of strategic urban extensions, SUE, on the northern side of Telford amounting to 6,595 dwellings in the plan period, or 77% of the housing proposed to be delivered by new allocations. That's a North of Telford strategy.
Mr. Chung.
So it's important not to confuse these matters. What my learned friend is doing is confusing the outcome with the process. The process, which is set out in the integrated impact assessment, is to identify a range of strategies, reasonably alternative strategies. And one of the strategies which is assessed is the Telford strategy, focusing on Telford. Once that strategy has been decided upon as the preferred strategy, what then happens is that the sites that are put forward are assessed by reference to that strategy and the range of sustainability criteria, the sustainability appraisal. When you go through that process, what emerges is that large sustainable communities are then allocated to the north of Telford. That is the outcome. That is not a strategy.
I understand both points. I think that there's the current strategy the plan has a strategy of focusing housing development in the north of Telford. What you're saying, Mr. Chung, is that is a strategy that has arisen through a process. There is not a North Telford strategy that you could pull off the shelf.
If my learned friend is saying that sites to the south were eliminated because they didn't accord with the north of Telford strategy, perhaps you can take me to the integrated impact assessment, which he says there is a north of Telford strategy. This site sits to the south of south of Newport, and therefore it's eliminated because it doesn't conform with the preferred strategy. That's not the approach taken.
So just give you, if I could just give you a reference, and I don't want to reopen this issue particularly, but 5.6.8 of the IIA identifies that there is an insufficient supply of suitable sites to the south of Telford to allow a strategy that focuses on this broad location in a way that would meet housing needs and deliver necessary infrastructure. Therefore, the council considers that this is not a reasonable alternative. So, my learned friend, on behalf of Sustainable Community 3, is exactly right that in his articulation of the position as a process versus outcome exercise. And as we alluded to earlier, the removal of sites which results in what has been characterised as a north-south a northern strategy versus a southern strategy happens at the final stage of the process. That's when the detailed site-specific assessments take place. So that is an outcome, not a strategy.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions from me. Just looking, you took me to the options in the IIA and growth scenario 2, and you, Mr. Humphreys, you took me, well, it's on page 123 and 124 of my hard copy. And the effects of the options, I know we're going back to the IA, but the effects of the options are set out in coloured text. And just so I'm clear, is minor negative the same as minor negative effects? Because minor negative at top on option 2.1 says the effects would still be broadly classed as minor negative. Is that just the way it's phrased? So it's minor negative effects, whereas elsewhere it could lead to minor negative effects.
Well, that would be my reading of it, sir, because what it says earlier in the sentence is
Mr. Nicholas is putting his thumbs up.
Should mean that effects would still be classed as minor negative. So the answer is yes. The author tells us yes.
Thank you.
But I think it does read like that. The coloured word effect just hasn't taken place.
Yeah, I understand. I just wanted to, I thought it was the case. I just wanted to check. Just looking at Telford, and there are a number of respondents who said that that effectively the opportunities in Telford are not being capitalised upon because the strategy focuses on Telford. You've said that you took me to table 1 of the plan, talked about the population split, and then effectively the growth opportunities in Telford relate to the population split. Is that correct?
I think what I was actually alluding to was the rural area, and right. the 7% population that accounts for, brought roughly, the maths is that 7% of the growth proposed is in the rural areas, so it's consistent with that population.
And is that similar to for Newport?
Again, roughly, yes.
And is that a change from? So is that a continuation of the existing strategy for Newport and the rural areas?
We would say so.
Mr. Moulton.
Thank you. Just going back to the rural area, obviously you're saying 7%, and that's following the same strategy. And obviously the rural settlement technical paper sets out which sites have that which have got sustainability offer and could take some development. But obviously a key thing is without new development, that sort of family housing, older people, supporting services and all those kind of things, that's what's not happening. So there needs to be more rural development in the right locations which are sustainable as identified in the technical paper, and then that will help the sustainability of those areas and help spread some of the growth out across as well.
More development in those rural areas to help them be more sustainable.
Exactly, yeah. To support the services what are there. Sorry. Support the services what are there and actually help support bus services, shops, everything else like that. So they've got the opportunity to grow.
So when you say more, you mean more than there is now or more than there is proposed?
Yeah, more than the 7% in the strategy, because that's as it is, and they're struggling at settlements.
Thank you. I'll come back to that point. Mr. Bathurst.
Just to continue the points that have already been made, the plan is incredibly contradictory. There are points made where it says encourage the most efficient use of land and existing buildings to meet local needs, but this is then ignored completely. Local needs are not included anywhere. There's lots of opportunity for development in some of the rural communities to maintain the 6% in the rural community, which means probably about 1,000 homes in those rural communities in order to maintain that balance. And there's plenty of dysfunctional land, old farmyards, old farm buildings. The farming community has changed. There's plenty of derelict land and buildings that are available for space to put in the cyber housing that the gentleman there mentioned, which are family homes to prevent the villages becoming retirement homes and forcing people out. There's plenty of local opportunity. The council seems to ignore that completely. They don't call it brownfield, they don't call it greyfield, they just call it nothing. And it's not appropriate. They need to really review those sites and approve them for local development to improve those local communities.
Thank you. Mr. Moulton, your name, please. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Humphreys, two very similar points about development in rural areas.
Yes, so, well, to be honest, so this goes, with respect, these points that are being made now are, could there be a different plan? Not, is this plan sound? And yes, you could do something different, but is what we're proposing to do sound and has been based on relevant information and evidence and assessments, and we say it is. And I think I probably sort of caused the jumping off point by referring to the 7% here. I was just simply trying to illustrate, to just put in context compared to the specific number of houses that was put forward by Myland. There's different ways of looking at numbers and what they mean. But just in terms of whether this plan takes a positive approach to helping support rural areas, there are sites allocated at appropriate rural settlements, and if you look at what happened in the previous plan, there weren't actually any allocations at rural settlements. So this plan is taking a proactive approach to supporting rural settlements by making such allocations.
There's a point that has been made is that there could be more, that the strategy could be changed such that there is a slightly, I'm hearing greater emphasis on the rural areas. Obviously, you're right in assessing the soundness of the plan that has been submitted, the strategy has been submitted, but there are points being made that the strategy is not appropriately balanced to urban versus rural areas.
Well, as a matter of planning judgment, we don't accept that for the reasons set out in the plan itself and the supporting evidence to it.
First, and Mr. Moulton.
I'd just like to make a few points, and some of them have been touched on already. But, you know, if there was more green belt in Wrekin and Telford, and we know there isn't very much green belt in Wrekin and Telford, a lot of the sites that have been talked about, redundant, scrubby, derelict land, would be called greyfield sites. But because they're not in green belt areas, they're not. And I do think that in some of these villages, we talk about sustainability in terms of bus routes and shops, but also going forward, sustainability is having a growing community of young families and intergenerational living. And in a lot of these small villages around where we live, and there are several of them, young families are having to move out. A lot of them because there aren't the 3 or 4 bedroomed houses in that village that they need for their growing families. They're having to move away from the places where they've been brought up. There's not enough low-cost housing. And so when we talk about sustainability, we've got to think about the communities as a whole. And also in some of these villages, you've got derelict, redundant sites, which are frankly an eyesore. And even some of these villages in Shropshire are conservation villages. And you still have these eyesores. Now, you talk about regeneration and renewal. Fantastic. Why not have more building on scrubby, derelict, useless land rather than taking more and more agricultural land? And some of it is good grade agricultural land. And I just think the reason I think this plan isn't completely fit for purpose is I think they've slightly ignored some of these communities living in villages. And when they talk about 6 or 7% of people living there, you know, there are other people that would like to live in these communities and rural villages, but they can't because there isn't the housing there. And having an ever more older population in these smaller villages isn't necessarily the answer. We need to look to the future, and I don't think this plan is necessarily looking to the future. I'm thinking about my children and grandchildren, you know, not just about me, and you know, everyone in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bathurst. Mr. Moulton.
Just kind of following up on that a little bit, in our hearing statement, the submission local plan says approximately 86% of housing over the plan period will be delivered at Telford, a further 7% in Newport, then another 7% balance in the rural areas. And then you go on to the vision at bullet point 4, new development contribute to the health and well-being of residents, provide a mix of homes that meets the changing needs of our population. So I suppose it's that rural and Newport strategy against that overall vision and that idea of having a slight, you know, a more spread approach.
Thank you. Mr. Humphries, is there anything you wish to come back to on those points?
Not in particular, sir. from our perspective, these aren't soundness points. They're just you could have done a different strategy point. We're content with the treatment of the rural settlements. We've got the evidence to justify the approach that has been made. And just for completeness, if you were to look at the Reg 18 consultation statement, which is PDO7, whilst I appreciate today there are people here saying you should allocate more to rural communities, in the consultation exercise there was a lot of people saying the exact opposite, and there's quite a backlash to the consideration of rural sites, because at that stage we hadn't screened out rural sites.
Can I just make a point there? I think it was because a lot of the rural sites were far, far too big is why there was a backlash against them. I'm talking about very small sites within villages where you have redundant land which is doing nothing. So I'm talking about very small, you know, maybe 5 to 10 houses here and there. The reason there was a backlash, and I understand that in some rural areas, because they were talking about hundreds of houses being built, all in you know, on a greenfield site. I'm not talking about that. And I think that's where you need to go back and look at the plan about smaller, maybe 5, 10, 15 houses or less, 3 or 4 houses within existing communities that will help the communities to survive and prosper.
There'll be windfall sites, presumably.
Yes, and there's been a change in the extent to which rural sites can receive windfall development as well. So there is a slight increase in the permissive nature of where within the rural communities windfall sites can be developed. Do you want to do something? So I've just asked Mr. Ashford to address that point.
Yeah, so we've increased the number of key settlements that can take windfall development in the rural area from 5 to 7, and that's set out in our rural sites, rural services technical paper, obviously followed through into planning policy. And the other point I think I made earlier on was that within some of the rural housing policies as well, it allows for rural exception sites for affordable housing, which would help in those sorts of cases.
I'd just like to, in the context of that conversation, just go back to the point earlier about the extent to which some of that is or isn't expressed within the development strategy part of the plan, and indeed the links to the relevant policy. So just as a reminder on that point, because I think that exercise might help clarify that aspect of the strategy.
Yeah, we'll take on board the conversation today and look for any points where the issues in relation to the rural part of the strategy, the rural settlements, whether there's need for more explicit statements in that regard.
Thank you. Is anyone else having trouble with the internet? No. Just me. You're not having any trouble?
Haven't tried.
Okay. No one else? It's just me.
I'm okay, sir, and I'm just on
I'm
the
just
same
trying to look at some documents on the website, and I'm struggling. Can we just look at, I mean, we've looked at the other questions in relation to this topic. We have looked at the issue of reasonable alternatives. Mr. Chung.
I'm sorry, so it was just a very minor point in response to the point that was just made by the lady to my right about, she said the backlash was against large sites in rural areas and what she was talking about small sites. My understanding of policy HO12, which is PDF 126 of the submission version, that it does allow for and indeed support that sort of development in the rural areas. So policy HO12, new housing in rural areas, council will support housing development in the rural areas by, and the number of bullet points, and C's supporting a limited amount of housing development within or adjoining, immediately adjoining the built confines. So this is not just about infill development, within or immediately adjoining the built confines, of key settlements, and not to result in isolated rural dwellings within these areas. And so we would submit that that strikes the right balance between allowing for growth in the rural areas whilst being alive to the concerns which are set out in the plan and the integrated impact assessment about impact on settlement character. And we get to a point where you get exactly what the lady to my right wanted, which is small-scale development in the rural areas and not large-scale development of hundreds of houses, because if you go down the hundreds of houses route, you may get the worst of both worlds. You get impact on settlement character, and you get impact on services and facilities which can't cope with that level of growth, but not sufficient growth to pay for the sort of infrastructure that sustainable communities can pay for, the SC policies. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chung. I was just looking at the other questions that we've got in this issue, and as Mr. Chung alluded to a moment ago, we've moved around them, and also we've discussed some of them this morning in relation to the IIA. And one of the questions was about reasonable alternatives, and I'm just looking at Boningdale because that was the point that you've made this morning. Is there anything that, going beyond the IIA, is there anything that you wish to bring to my attention in respect of reasonable alternatives beyond that you've already raised earlier?
Thank you for the opportunity, sir. No, I think I've probably said everything that I wanted to about what reasonable alternatives would have been, should have been assessed and haven't been. So I'm not sure there's anything to add unless Mr. Moulton has anything further to contribute.
Yeah, I suppose it's just considering Newport's role as well, and you know, as well as just Telford and the rural area. So it's back to that. It's back to that alternatives, isn't it? I suppose.
Thank you. And then if we look at then that flows from the strategy, site selection, the council have produced a site selection paper, but you have made some points about site selection, and you've referred to the IIA, not explaining the reasoning for the approach that it's taken, and we did discuss that this morning. So is there anything in relation to site selection that you wish to bring to our attention? Obviously, we will go through individual sites, but the approach to site selection, this is now where we can hear from you.
Yeah, again, sir, I think on those, I can already see there's another nameplate up, so someone else is going to say something else about that. The point was, on that, is the council being wedded to the Northern Strategy and to the strategy of large sites. And my learned friend, Mr. Humphreys, took you back to the part of the IAA that I went to exactly this morning to face that point head on that would be said against me about sites in the south of Telford, for example, that there wasn't sufficient space to assimilate a larger parcel of land that would be an area for growth rather than an individual site. But what my point to that is, that was not the only option. There was a dispersed and variable sites option. So it's not just about looking for big sites in one location. Goes back to the alternative points, but it's a site selection point as well. That sites, well, and it goes back to actually, if you had assessed an alternative strategy, then you might have assessed the sites properly that would have fit with that strategy, rather than saying, well, they don't match with that. So it's circular in a way.
Thank you.
Can I also request, I don't know if anyone else is feeling this, but the windows be opened. It's gotten rather stuffy in here.
Yes, they were closed, I think, when there was a vehicle outside. Would you like a break?
No, just
I mean, in terms of how I see it, it's 10 to, so we've been going now, although we've had two unplanned for breaks. I'm not expecting to for this remainder of this session to take very long. We can take a break if people are feeling that they need a break, or we can push on. I don't think it'll take that much longer. So what we'll do, we'll carry on for a little bit longer. It's not going to take me. I haven't got many more questions. I'm going to turn to Mr. Ingram, and we're on site selection in relation to the evidence. Mr. Ingram.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'd just like to touch on the sort of site selection point, if I may, and if I could sort of draw you to the site selection technical paper. It's document AS01. There's just a few things in there that sort of, as we've sort of gone through various sites of things that sort of struck me. The first of which being, so paragraph 2.1, which sort of sets the scene, if you like, for the methodology. There's reference to an audit trail of the assessment of each individual site to ensure that it's clear and robust. And then following on from that, there's tables 1 and 2, which talk about the various different amendments to the site selection methodology as it's gone through the various stages of the local plan. And over the page on table 1, there's reference to planning judgment being made in the site selection process, and then in the sort of penultimate row, there's reference to additional information provided by site promoters being considered at the technical assessment stage, stage 5. And then you move on to table 2, it talks about consistency checks. Information has been reviewed to make sure that the site assessment is consistent throughout. We've got no issues with any of that. That all sounds really good. And you move through the document towards paragraph 3.35, which talks about stage 5, and that just reiterates the point that at stage 5 there will also be regard to technical evidence provided by site promoters during the plan process. Again, that's got no issues with that. And then just moving further onto the commentary on stage 8, which is at paragraph 3.8 of that document. It notes at the first bullet point that all of the sites, whether they were previously dismissed or carried forward, have been assessed at stage 8 also. That's the further technical clarifications stage. I should sort of preface this by saying I don't wish to go into or stray into matter 5 matters, but if you'll allow me, it would be helpful to sort of draw reference to a couple of sites, just to, because our position is that there are concerns around the consistency of how the site methodology has been applied in the site selection process, and it's difficult for me to explain what I mean by that without leaning on a couple of examples. So if you're happy for me to do that, would that be permissible?
Are these sites that are in the plan?
Yes. There's one site that's not, and 2 sites that are, and I just want to sort of show you where do a compare and contrast, if you like, in various points. The 2 that we've got concerns about are proposed allocations.
If you want to use one as an example, in relation to how you consider the, because what is your position? Are you saying the site selection process is flawed?
Yes, that's our position, yes. And we've kind of reached that position by, where we've got to with it is that we consider that there's, for the sites that we've looked at, it follows the stages of the methodology, but those stages aren't necessarily applied in the same way across the board. And where it's not clear where we've got to, sort of where technical evidence has come into that, where planning judgment's been exercised. We've concerns around where, you know, where working, you know, where the council's showing it's working, if you like, in relation to those sites. And I've got some examples sort of lined up, but I'm conscious that that's talking about site specifics, and I don't want to stray into matter 5 if you don't want me to. But it's
Chetwynd Road?
That's the site that our client has an interest in, but the sites that my example sites are other allocations or the proposed allocations.
And is this set out in your statement?
Yes, the points that I want to make, I've kind of elaborated on them, or plan to elaborate on them more so than what's in our hearing statement. It's a fairly concise point. I can sort of rattle through it fairly quickly. I don't want to sort of labour it too much.
So have you referred to the other site in your statement?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you happy with me to?
If you briefly then.
Yes, thank you. So the site that our client's land interest is site 464, which is land at Chetwynd Road. The site that I'd like to sort of focus on is site 419, which is the land south of Plough Lane. And in the two pro formas, if you sort of have the two side by side, and I can give you the references if you've not got that to hand. But where we get to is the site pro formas go through the same process for both sites. You get as far as stage 5, which is the technical assessment stage, and you know various things are flagged in relation to both sites. For 464, it's heritage is the primary concern. In site 419, there's a lot of highways concerns. On that was a site 419 that was previously refused and dismissed as appeal. The highways response at stage 5 cites all sorts of issues as a direct quote. And where we get to the conclusion of stage 5 is that for site 464, it's given a yellow rating on the RAG scale, which states recognised issues or further evidence required but not unsuitable. With site 419, it receives a red rating at the end of stage 5, where it's denoted as being not suitable. So there's a distinction there, and the end result of this is that 419, which is deemed not suitable at stage 5, is proposed for allocation. Site 464, which was deemed not suitable, not unsuitable at the end of stage 5, is not proposed for allocation. But when you get to stage 7, which is the conclusions at Reg 18, both sites are identified as having technical concerns and not taken forward for consultation. That's okay with the exception of stage 5. They're broadly consistent at that point. But where the fork in the road is, if you like, is around stage 8. And in terms of going, sort of looping back to the point in the site selection paper, which states that whether the sites were discounted or not, they would be considered further at that stage. For site 464, there's the box is empty, essentially. There's no further consultation responses sought, no further information referred to or anything like that. In this site, 419, which was deemed not suitable, there's a sort of wave of technical input that's gone into it. Highways was outlined as an issue at stage 5 of this one. The stage 8 highways response talks about limited junction capacity improvement potential, and states that it is what it is at this stage. But again, that was sort of promoted for allocation. And it seems that when you read the text around that, there's been planning judgment, there's been additional information provided. There's another site that I won't refer to at this stage there, where it reads that additional information has been provided during the course of the process. And where I get to with all that is as our site has been promoted through the plan, we've provided a lot of technical evidence from the issues and options stage, and it's not clear how that's fed into the consideration of the site as it goes through the various stages, and it's not clear why at stage 8 no further information or clarification was sought, whereas for a site that was deemed not unsuitable, whereas a site that was deemed not suitable, further clarification was sought. And there's just no clear, the workings aren't shown, if you like. And there's just various things like that sort of suggest that the approach has been, one site's been treated differently to another, and I've got another example where that's also the case, where further information has been submitted. And it just points towards an inconsistency in approach, that's where our concerns lie, if you like.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Well, I have got your site references in your statement. I wonder if the council can. I don't want to go into details about individual sites, but is there a point there that Mr. Ingram has made that you can respond to in respect of his points he's making about inconsistencies?
Yeah, in essence, that we don't accept the point. If you look at the site assessment for the site he's concerned with, which is the site his client has got an interest in, which, as he recognises, hasn't been included in the plan, there is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a 7-page assessment of that site, which provides reasoning as to why it wasn't taken forward for consideration, for allocation. And it represents a reasonable exercise of planning judgment.
Okay.
I don't need to add anything else.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ingram. I have your details, and we will have a look at that. Thank you, Mr. Humphreys. So, are there any more points to be made on site selection? We have. We've been around question 25 as well about the respective roles of Telford, Newport, and the rural area. I haven't got any more questions to raise on that. I've heard what people have had to say, and we've got people's representations on that. Are there any final points on that? No. Okay. Ms. Humphreys, is there anything you wish to say in conclusion in relation to what you've heard today?
I think we'd just simply be repeating ourselves, sir, so we're content with what's already been said.
Okay. Okay. I don't have any more questions, and Ms. Carpenter doesn't either. So, thank you very much for your attendance today on this first day, apologies that you've had to put up with some disruptions from the fire alarm, but hopefully that won't happen again. So thank you very much for your attendance and your contributions today, and we will resume tomorrow for those of you who are coming tomorrow at 9:30 in this room. Thank you very much. If the council could just stay for, you just take 5 minutes, and then we'll just have an action point meeting. People are welcome to stay and observe that, but we're just going to go through the action points that have agreed today very briefly. So thank you very much, everyone.